do an announcement about our anchor location. I, Brenda Shear, Planning Commission Chair, hereby determine that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic conditions existing in Salt Lake City, including but not limited to this week's spike in Utah's COVID-19 hospitalizations and the presence of the more aggressive and contagious Delta variant, that meeting at an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health or safety of those who would be present. So just for the public's information, the commissioners will be connected remotely. And I believe if you are interested in joining us online and making some comments on a particular item that we were showing previously, showing that, do we still have that, Michaela? Or let's see, the slide that shows how to do it. We've done it once already today, but just for those just joining us. Otherwise, you can watch on TV, and we'll be happy to hear from you today.
Yes, and I was muted, but what I wanted to mention is you can go to our planning website and click on this evening's agenda, and there is a link there at all times. There's also a guide to help you join a WebEx meeting if you're not as familiar with the WebEx as Zoom or other platforms. And remember to raise your hand and unraise your hand after speaking, please, because it looks like we have a number of members from the public on. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Michaela.
Yes.
Maureen is in the attendees list. Can you move her to a panelist, please? Thank you.
Terrific. So I believe we have everyone here. And so I will once again bring the meeting to order. And we will be in the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for June 23rd. But I believe that the director has a commentary about those minutes. Yes?
Having a commentary about the minutes?
Yes.
I do not have commentary about the minutes.
Okay. We were informed earlier that there would be a recall of a particular item, that there could be a recall of a particular item.
My guess is you're talking about the Bueno Avenue rezone. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct, John.
I was not on that call with Nick earlier this week, but I'm not sure exactly how a decision gets recalled. Paul, is that something you could maybe discuss with us?
Yep. Sorry, trying to hit buttons here.
Can you hold on for a moment?
So policies and procedures indicate that, excuse me, to recall a previous motion for further evaluation and or action, a motion for reconsideration may be made by a commissioner who voted with the majority. The motion to reconsider a matter must pass with a majority vote. If it is determined that the motion should stand as previously approved, then no formal vote is necessary. If the former motion is to be amended or made void, the motion shall be put to a formal vote of the commission. Motions to reconsider a previous motion must take place during the same meeting the motion was made, before the minutes containing that particular item are approved. So because we have not yet approved minutes, it is okay to reconsider a motion. And I know that Katya put together a little explanation. I believe Katya put together a little explanation as to why she believed that a motion to reconsider is necessary. And I don't know if that's something you're going to handle, Michaela, or
Yeah,
somebody
can
else.
you give me a moment, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
Commissioners, we are going to be asked to consider recalling the motion that we made on Bueno Avenue property from last time, which was, if you recall, a motion to forward a recommendation for an approval for a zoning change and a master plan change for the Bueno Avenue project, which is at 700 East between, I believe, between First and Second South. And there was some issue with that motion that we need to reconsider it. And the only way that we can actually recall it is to do so through the approval of the minutes, or before the approval of the minutes.
Before the approval of minutes, correct.
Yes, thank you. So if we have a better explanation of why we're supposed to do that, or why we might want to consider doing that, that would be great.
I don't know if Michaela's ready yet. Still muted, Michaela.
She's talking to somebody.
I'm checking. I have two microphones here. I'm checking the Dropbox to make sure that was in your
It
It was
Dropbox.
definitely
to-
put into the Dropbox. It definitely was put into the Dropbox. But I cannot speak to this with any clarity at all, any specificity. So if there's no one to do that right now, can we?
No, we can go ahead and do that. And
Okay.
apology for the timing on that. The memo that's in your Dropbox, as Madam Chair described, is intended to instruct the Planning Commission that your recommendation to rezone for the Bueno Apartments, the master plan and rezone amendment, should be recalled. And the reason for that recall is because there was no housing loss mitigation plan provided to the Planning Commission, which is required by city code. That is a requirement by city code. So we're recommending recalling the motion to allow the applicant the opportunity to remedy the situation, submit a housing loss mitigation plan with its request for a rezone, and supply that to you all at a
Thank you.
future hearing.
So I will entertain a motion to that effect. It has to come from someone who voted with this, yes, on this particular proposal, which is everyone except Amy.
Carolyn.
Carolyn, are you making the motion?
No.
Oh, you voted against it. I'm sorry, I can't hear you now.
Okay, everyone except me because I didn't attend
that's
that
right.
particular
weren't
meeting.
there. That's right. So
Abstain.
you weren't, that's right. Okay, so anyone else who voted for this proposal, which would be either Maureen, John, Andres, Crystal, or Sarah, I don't believe you were there either.
Madam Chair, I would move to make the motion to entertain that request.
Thank you. Andres, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, that's John. So I have a motion from Andres and a second from John to recall the recommendation, the vote that we had on the recommendation, or the decision we made on the recommendation to City Council to amend the master plan and to provide zoning. I don't have the PLN number. Andy?
PLN PCM 2021 00047 and 00048
Thank you.
for the record.
Thank you. So all in favor? Everyone may vote on this, I believe. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. What am I doing? Okay, so I'm going to go down the roll call vote. Maureen? Maureen? I'm sorry. Amy?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Crystal? Is Crystal here? I guess not.
Crystal's not here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Andres?
welcome.
I'll vote yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Carolyn? I see you nodding. Okay. Maureen, is Maureen here? Or did she get moved up to the?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So I had to unplug the microphone to make it work.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you all very much by 6-0. And I assume we will be back with that. Now we'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes absent this particular item. Amended by this particular item that we just voted on. Does anyone want to make a motion about that?
I'll try
Okay,
it. I'll
Maureen?
move that we approve the minutes from the last meeting with the exception of the item that we just recalled.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Andres?
I'll vote yes.
Sarah?
I abstain.
Carolyn? I know you're abstaining too. Okay, so I'm seeing you. So that motion passes 4-0. And so we will now move on to our first, to the report of the chair and the vice chair. I don't have anything to report. Amy?
Neither do I.
Okay. I do want to say, though, that we have a very full agenda today, and so I may be moving people along in a way that is a little bit moving people along. Sorry. Okay, so the first, is there a report of the director? Michaela? John?
No, I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearings for the agenda items on the public hearing. Then the first one is the plan development, design review, and preliminary subdivision at approximately 811 West, 100 South. And the first presentation on this will come from Chrissy Gilmore, the staff member.
Hey, thank you. Good evening,
Thank you.
Commission. So this is a request from Jared Hall, representing the property owners, to build a new townhome development at approximately 811 West, 100 South. The proposal is for 2 buildings, each with 5 single-family attached townhome units for a total of 10 dwellings. The proposal is located in the TSA UNT zoning district, and they are requesting design review, plan development, and preliminary subdivision approval. The proposed Folsom Road project includes 2 buildings, as I mentioned, intersected by a driveway with sidewalks on the perimeter to access the units. 2 units will face 100 South and include a ground level porch and a second level balcony facing the street. Each unit also has an open roof deck on the 3rd level. The height of the street facing facade is approximately 29 feet with a stairwell at the roof deck at approximately 38 feet. And you can kind of see the roof deck peeking above the top of the building here. The stairwell. Each unit will have its own parking attached to the unit. All principal buildings in the TSA zoning districts must obtain a transit area development score, and this proposal did not receive enough points through the development score review process to be administratively approved, and therefore they're required to go through the design review process with the Planning Commission. The TSA point system is to encourage developers to comply with additional guidelines beyond the basic zoning requirements, though it is a bit harder for smaller scale developments to meet the administrative approval point threshold. So the proposal is not requesting any additional modifications through the design review process, and as mentioned in your staff report, they do meet all the design review standards. Through the plan development process, the applicant is requesting relief from the requirement that all lots shall have street frontage, public street frontage. 8 of the lots proposed do not have public street frontage and will be accessed via a new private street from 100 South. The alternative to this request would be to create a development as a condominium development where condominium unit owners technically do not own the land that the unit rests on. It is generally harder to get a mortgage financing for condominium developments. So since this plan development will broaden the housing choice range to potential home buyers, staff finds that this project will better meet the city's housing affordability and attainability policy goals and recommends approval of the plan development and preliminary subdivision. So primary key considerations were neighborhood compatibility and context and how this project fits into the surrounding area, as well as master plan compliance and how it met the goals found within applicable plans. So the TSA zone allows for much higher use and density than is currently found in this neighborhood. So as you can see, it's one of the first redevelopment projects. And while the building will be taller than the existing adjacent buildings, the height is below the allowable height in the TSA zone and is below the comparable height to projects that are in the pipeline. I did a star where a future project is going in that if received TSA approval administratively, which will be a 5-story, 218 residential development. So this is below that and generally will fit in to the neighborhood context as the area redevelops in terms of size and scale. So on this side, you can see some site photos. In the yellow box is the actual development site, and it shows 2 homes that are proposed to be demolished. These homes, while historic in character, are not protected on any registries or in a local historic district. So there's nothing that the city can do to prevent them from being demolished. And then the middle photo is the 2 adjacent properties to the west, and the bottom photo is the adjacent property to the east. In terms of public process for this project, staff sent out notices to the community council for the area and early engagement notification to property owners and residents within 300 feet. Additionally, a city online open house was held through the month of June. As of today, no public comments have been received. So staff reviewed the project for compliance with the standards of approval and has found that the project complies with these standards. Again, staff is recommending approval of the project. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or if there aren't any right now, then I will turn my time over to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy. Are there any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Okay, let's go ahead and hear from, is it Jared?
Yeah, it is. So Chrissy, I think, covered all of the points of this project really well, so I won't rehash them. In light of, I think you guys have a pretty long night ahead of you. So I would mostly be open for any questions. We are doing the little townhome development that requires a little bit of approvals, but I'd love to know if you have questions for me.
Any questions for Joe? Yeah.
I do, Jared. I'm trying to find a picture in my report. 1 second.
Okay.
So I just need some clarification on this frontage. It's hard for me to tell by the renderings your window placement on that ground level. It looks like a solid black wall for the most part, but then I saw some later renderings that had some window shadowing, and I don't know what you're doing there. So can you just clarify what that's going to look like?
Yeah, so that is a bedroom on that ground floor frontage that has the over 45% glazing required in the TSA zone. So it has quite a bit of windows. The rendering could have used some help, you're right, of like showing those windows in the black metal panel.
So that jet out, I thought it was like the garage wall, but it's a bedroom.
Yeah, it's because the TSA zone requires that 10 feet of living space next to the street.
I think if you look on page 19 of our staff report, or page 9, actually that's not page 19 of the staff
No, I
report.
saw some renderings that looked like they have windows, but then others that didn't. So I wasn't sure what was the real thing.
Yeah, and if I may jump in, on page 38 of your staff report is the elevations, and that shows it much more clearly that there are 3 windows proposed in that black band.
That's, yeah. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Is that, Amy, does that clarify your? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. If you do wish to speak at the public hearing, you can look where it says participants and click on the little hand that is there. It's a very small hand, and raise your hand. Otherwise, we will not know that you want to speak. And if you click on the little hand, we will know that. So we're going to go ahead and let Michaela.
Wonderful.
Okay.
All right, I have Anna Coltrane. Anna, I'm going to unmute you.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Wonderful.
You have.
I just want to talk about the potential demolish of the Pantages Theater. It should be saved. It is our city's theater. The city has absolutely no right to be tearing it down. There's so much history here and so much wonder that is going to be torn down if we don't do everything we can to save it. If you come in here and you look at what's in here, you would never let it be torn down. And
So,
our government.
Excuse me, Anna. Do you
Yep.
have anything to say about this particular project? We will be talking about that project later, and we'll be happy to take your comments then.
Oh, no, I will speak at that moment.
Okay, thank you.
Anna, if you could put your hand down, that would be great until that item. Sean Bynum? Sean?
Yes.
You
Hello?
have 2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am here in regards to the building that is going to be built on Main Street. Give me 1 second too. Hey, this is them talking.
That's
so you have the floor.
Excuse me, Sean. That is not this project. And so that project's public hearing will be in, if this is agenda item number 1, that project is agenda item number 4. I'm going to say it's going to be at least an hour before we get to that project. So we welcome your comments at that point.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I see some other hands. If you are speaking to this project, Tamra or Tamara. Tamara?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
All right. I just was curious on the design of that. It looks super modern for this project. I'm wondering, is that the plan for this whole area to go modern, or could we keep it somewhat historical to blend in with the rest of the neighborhood? And why wouldn't we want to have some of those like older textures or elements of design included in this project to at least make it not so much of an eyesore to what's already in the neighborhood, even if it was to be redeveloped?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We will try to discuss that.
Teresa Sebastian? Teresa?
Yes. I'm not interested in this project. I'm here for another one, which is the 500 Parkview.
Okay, wonderful.
Why don't you go ahead and take your hand down?
I didn't put it up.
Push the hand button again. There you go. All right, that's fine. Well, okay, thank you. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this project? Is there?
I don't see any other. I don't see any other hands, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Let's just wait for a moment to see if there's an email. John is monitoring the emails.
Okay.
I have not seen any emails, but Michaela, you may want to mute Teresa Sebastian on the attendee list.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Since we don't have any comments on email and there's no one else to speak on this project, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Would anyone like to address the concerns or mirror the concerns of the person who did speak about this project? Yeah.
I feel like that might be staff's role to clarify what design review actually means for us. It's an opportunity to do that, but I think that should be staff.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So through the more so through the plan development process, we are looking at neighborhood compatibility and scale, and we're focusing on certain elements that are bringing forward that historic character. So in this case, we're looking at like the front porch, maybe doesn't perfectly mimic a historic front porch, but just those type of elements that do bring that engagement to the street. Though there's nothing in the ordinance that says it has to be a modern design. We're encouraging of all designs that come in as long as they meet our standards. And so I think that's something that the Planning Commission, if you feel that doesn't meet neighborhood compatibility, then that discussion could go on. But one of the points in the staff report was that, and I did highlight this, is that it's not exactly compatible with the current neighborhood, but development in the pipeline, it's a little bit more compatible with what's coming in, and that we're gonna be seeing in the future.
So Chrissy, are you saying that the planning, the planning for this neighborhood anticipates that all of these houses will be eventually redeveloped?
No, not all of them, but there are, I think it's seven or 8 lots just to the south of it that are going to be redeveloped, which has already been approved. That it didn't require planning commission approval, it was able to be approved at the staff level. So significant redevelopment is already in the pipeline for at least seven of those parcels.
Because I also find this project a little disconcerting in terms of the existing housing stock and the compatibility with that existing housing stock. And even though there may be something a block or two away that is bigger or doesn't require anything, I would not say that this is compatible with the existing neighborhood. There may be something that can be done to moderate the scale or moderate maybe the look of it, so it is not quite so, it's really an abrupt change from the housing that's next door to it or all up and down that street. And all of the house, almost that whole entire street, actually all that street is single family houses except for this particular project.
Madam Chair,
yes,
would we like to ask the applicant to speak?
To respond?
Yes, to
I
respond to
that's a
this.
really great idea. Does anyone, got any of the other commissioners like to, well, never mind, we'll go ahead and let the applicant speak to that, yes.
Yeah, I would love to speak to that a little bit. So this zone right now allows up to 60 feet in height. And so we have purposely came in with a project that is quite a bit under the allowed zoning to try and help not like perfectly match what is there, but try and transition to what a lot of the future development in this area will be. And given the amount of density that is allowed by right, we feel it will not be particularly long before we'll be the small project in the neighborhood. Like will be small in scale compared to most things. And so we understand it's transitioning right now, but that is kind of, we feel we are matching, like trying to match on this timeline of development in the area. We're trying to transition from what is there to what will be coming. And as far as like style, I know there's nothing in the zoning code that sort of dictates a specific style, so that's more left up to applicants. It's more elements of the design, such as the front porches and stuff like that, that are dictated in the code that we have been trying to comply with.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments about this project? Okay. So I will entertain a motion.
Just a question, Madam Chair,
Sure.
for staff. Did we present this to the community council in the area? Is that correct?
It was sent to both the Poplar Grove and Downtown Community Councils. I did not receive a response from either one. So then it was posted on our website as an online open house through the month of June, and I didn't receive any public comments through that either.
Gotcha, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Sarah.
Let's see. Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve PLN PCM 2021-00424 and 00425 and 00426. Folsom Road Townhomes Plan Development, Design Review and Preliminary Subdivision with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. That was a motion from Sarah and a second from Maureen.
Yes.
So we're going to go ahead and start with Maureen.
Yes.
Amy?
So I appreciate the applicant's bringing it down to 38 feet from what he could, but I think this is not compatible or within the right context of the neighborhood. So I'm voting no.
Thank you. John?
I'm voting yes.
Andres?
I'll vote yes.
Sarah?
I'm voting yes.
Carolyn? Yes? Okay. I see you. I see you. Okay, that's 5 in favor and 1 opposed. So the motion
Brenda,
passes.
this is
Yes.
Adrian. I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adrian. Why am I not calling on you?
It's okay. I wouldn't have been able to
Adrian,
vote.
how do you vote? How do you feel about this one?
Actually, I agree with Amy. I'm going to vote no for those same reasons.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have, in that case, we have, the motion still passes, but it is 5 in favor and 2 opposed. I apologize, Adrian. I knew you were there. I could see you.
No worries.
The list. Okay, we are going to move on to our next item on our agenda, which is the design review of 500 Parkview mixed-use development. And it's a PLN PCM 2021-00068. And I believe Lex Trauber is our staff person on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. Let me share my screen here real quick. Is everybody able to see that?
Yes.
Wonderful. This is a request for design review approval for a mixed-use development, that mixed use being 28 residential units and some commercial space to be located at approximately 1320 and 1328 South, 500 East. The applicant is requesting that the Planning Commission consider modification to the front yard setback along 500 East. They're asking for a reduction of 11 feet for a 4-foot setback. And this is possible through the design review process as outlined in city code section, as you see on your screen. And just to note, all of the zoning standards are being met. You have decision-making authority for these design review type requests. This is the location of the property. This is 5th East, this is 13th South, this is Liberty Park. It's this corner property here where there's currently a single family home, and then there is an 8-plex just to the north, adjacent and to the north. This is a photograph of the corner if you were looking towards the northwest. This is Sherman where my cursor is located, and then this is 5th East. This is the house that I was just referring to, and then this is the 8-plex. I wanted to talk a little bit about their site plan. I'm going to defer to the applicant to give a lot of details, but I know that this is interest to the public. There's an alley that runs from just behind the 8-plex property to the north up to 13th South. Back in 1996, the portion of the alley that is located behind 1328, the single family home on the corner, was vacated, and half of that alley property went to the property adjacent and to the west, and the other half of that alley property was incorporated into the 1328 property. There's an existing garage behind that single family home that's located here. In prior iterations for this project, there was talk of creating a driveway to connect the alley through to Sherman Avenue. There are many members of the public that were opposed to that. So the applicant has redesigned to have a garage entrance off Sherman Avenue. There will be no vehicular passage via the alley between 13th South and Sherman Ave. This project really is about the front yard setback. This is 500 East. This is the area that we're talking about. They're asking for a reduction in that setback of 11 feet. And again, the code requires the applicant to go through the design review process to make that setback request. Just as a side note, a very similar project could be built on this property if they met that setback. It could be a mixed use type project. However, they wouldn't be subject to all of the design standards that are in the code. So planning staff asserts that through this process, given the fact that they are subject to it for that setback, we've gone through a lot of different standards to look at things such as fenestration and materials and et cetera and so forth, and feel that this project is a better project for having been subject to those types of that scrutiny, which would not happen if they just went and pulled a over the counter permit for this development. Here's another view of the project. This is from Sherman. This is the garage access here. And you can see it looks like a pedestrian passage, and the site plan shows that too, from Sherman to the alley. Oops, sorry. I have included all the public comment that I've received in your staff report. This project was heard at the Liberty Wells Community Council. We also did a open house, and I did not receive any sort of written comment from the community council, but I did receive a lot of public comment, and you have that in your staff report. Therefore, based on the analysis and findings listed in the report, it is planning staff's opinion that the project generally meets the applicable standards, and therefore planning staff recommends that the planning commission approve the modification to the front yard setback as requested through the design review process for this project, subject to the 3 conditions that are listed in your report and listed here on the screen. And if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to try to answer those for you. Otherwise, I would turn the time over to the applicant.
Is there any questions for staff?
I have a couple, Lex.
Sure.
You allude to it in the staff report, but I just want to get a solid clarification on what is the setback for that development happening on the north on the corner.
Amy, I don't know what the measurement is, but this reduction in the setback would bring this building in line with those buildings that are under construction to the north.
What is the setback for the middle building, the apartment complex now?
I don't know that measurement either. That's a good question, because it certainly could be closer than the 15 feet. I don't know.
Yeah, if we maybe could get some clarification for what their current setback is for that apartment building, and what the setback is for this, because this is a drastic setback. It's not just a couple feet. I'd like to get a little bit better idea of how it lines up. So if that's something
Yeah.
you could look at and
Well,
answer.
the applicant might know that measurement, so let's.
So if the applicant knows it, great. If not, maybe you can do your quick measuring tool. The other question I had was, why are there not perhaps two entrances to the garage, one off Fifth and one off Sherman?
I think the city transportation division was opposed to an access off of Fifth East. There's a bus stop there. The applicant can also talk about that in detail. Originally, they had two entrances off of Sherman, and that was reduced down to one to try to minimize that visual impact.
Okay, let's move on to the applicant, please. Mr. Shirley, I believe.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Can I have permission to share some content? I'm new to this program, so I'm not sure what it takes to share content.
You should, when you're able to, you should be able to see it at the bottom of your screen. There you go.
Okay. All right. Just I won't take too long, and Amy, I'll try to answer those questions. Just to start out, I do want to speak highly of Lex. He was incredibly thorough, and I tell you, if we had a blade of grass out of place, he would have caught it. So I just want to speak highly of Lex. When we initially looked at this project, it's in the neighborhood commercial zone, and we know how important it is to meet the purpose of the zone. So really our aim was to design something that met that purpose. Here's just a general map that kind of shows where some of your small commercial nodes are currently located, and the one circled in red is the one that we are adding to. So yeah, we want to meet the purpose of the zone to help create kind of a small intensity spot in the city. And so in order to do that, we really like the idea of a mixed use, mixing the residential with the commercial, because commercial is adding to the commercial zone, and the residential is also helping with providing more customers for that current zone. As Lex pointed out, really like our what we want the most, or what we're asking for, is the variance on the eastern setback. If you look at here on the left diagram, that kind of shows you the envelope in which we're allowed to build in. And then on the right side, this lighter blue block is what we're asking for. It was mentioned the project to the north is brought forward a little bit with their setback. These purple blocks represent the variance that they received. And the red block that you see here represents the existing home and the existing garage. So you can see that with the redevelopment, as we develop this land, we'll actually be adding more yard space along Sherman, and our building will actually be further away from the residents to the west than what's currently there now. And Amy, as far as the setback at the eightplex is there, I actually don't know that number offhand. So I'm sorry, I don't have that. One of as we spoke with the community, one of their big concerns was, obviously the size of the building. So as we designed this, we really focused on trying to break down the size and make it appear smaller and kind of present itself as a community commercial node. And so our facades, we've kind of broken up into different vertical breaks. And so it feels more like a group of smaller buildings rather than a large building. In doing so, we were able to keep this building under the height limit. And also we've placed the parking of for this building inside the building below it, kind of in the back. So from both streets, Sherman, 500, you won't be able to see the parking. You just have that one garage entrance. Amy, you also asked why we didn't do 2 entrances. The location of the entrance we discussed this very, very thoroughly. Early on in the design process, the city engineer really didn't want the entrance on 500. He was worried about how that would affect the traffic. And also we felt like that would interfere with the purpose of the zone, because we're trying to create that neighborhood scale. We want that neighborhood community feel, and having a garage entrance on the 500 facade would kind of break that up. And we didn't want to do that. So yes, in putting the parking inside the building, we actually kind of sunk it into the ground, and that kind of sunk the building into the ground. We have pretty low floor to floor levels, and that's kept the building really much smaller than what we're getting out of it. Here's the site plan that Lex showed. Another way we've kind of broken down the scale of the building, or kind of made it smaller, is we have an interior courtyard. And so a little less than half of our units are facing inward. So there'll be a lot of units that you won't even be able to see from the street. We've strengthened the corner of the street in order to meet the purpose of that zone. We've added a commercial block that would go right here on the corner, and that gives us a great opportunity to really liven up the area, adding a kind of a commercial plaza on here. We haven't been approached by anybody on who's going to lease this space, so we don't know what kind of retail's going in there, but we kind of imagine, you could potentially, just thinking of ideas, you could have a small community ice cream shop there, and in the summer you'd have a little patio out there for people to eat their ice cream, which I think could be pretty nice. And yeah, as I mentioned before, the access point with the garage, that was thoroughly discussed. When we approached the community, the Liberty Wells community, our design actually showed the alley go all the way through to Sherman, and some of the neighbors didn't really like that. And so we have cut this back and decided we're not going to rely on the alley in order to access our project. All right, I'd love to open that up to any questions.
I have a question. Why do you need the setback reduction?
The setback variance?
Uh-huh.
Well, largely what it comes down to is, like many projects, parking. We had to really figure out how to create a parking structure that actually fit parking stalls. You kind of need a minimum depth. Otherwise, you don't have a parking structure. And if you don't have a parking structure, you don't have a building. When we initially looked at this design, we tried a lot of designs where we had surface parking in the back, and essentially we couldn't manage to figure out how to do anything different than what was already on there. So we wouldn't have a project, I guess is what you could say. And then also early on, as we presented this project to the city, it was brought to our attention that the northern property, there were rumors that they were encouraged to push forward in order to meet the purpose of the zone, which was the community commercial node. And so we were kind of following lead based on what they had done before us.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do want to acknowledge that we have received many, many letters about this project and many responses about this letters, and we have had access to those letters for a couple of weeks now, so or 10 days or so, and so we have been perusing those letters, so we are aware of some of the issues that have been raised in those. So I would go ahead and open it up to the public hearing, and let's hear from folks. Is there anyone here from the community council?
I don't see the community council here. I will start with Teresa. Oh, Teresa. Teresa, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
It's actually Ron Johnston. I'm Teresa's husband. Anyway, I live directly across the road from where that planned garage entry is going to be. And I have a big concern about them putting the garage in a sunken manner, to quote him. Because how's that going to impact on the aquifer? There's plenty of homes around here that rely on that aquifer for their only water supply. Secondly, I don't see how allowing you to have that setback or not have the correct setback, it does not comply with residential. Where you're building, it might be mixed use. Where I live, which is right across the road, it's all residential. They're all individual residential homes here. So I oppose you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I oppose the setback.
Thanks very
It's
much.
not compliant with this community.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Paulus Peterson?
Yeah, I live about 6 houses west of where, oops, sorry, those were my dogs, of where the development is going to go in. And I would like to reiterate the concern with allowing the setback because of the need for more parking. We already have several houses on the street that don't have garages, and their only option is to park on the street. And by allowing for more space for the building, that allows for more people to inhabit it. And so I know that the plan is to have 1 parking stall per unit. However, I mean, it's likely going to be couples that move in there. Those couples have 2 cars. Where are those cars going to go? I would also like to echo the concern about the entrance to the parking garage being on Sherman Avenue, as we already have issues with speed down this street. I think having a commercial and multi-family unit is going to increase that traffic on the street and increase speeding. So that's all.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Right, we have Christopher.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
sir.
Hi, thank you. I live just 2 houses down from this development on Sherwin Avenue, and the proposed change in setbacks allow this project to be wildly oversized and out of place for this neighborhood of 1-story bungalows with shared driveways. I just measured the setback on Google Earth Pro of that low-income 8-plex just north of it that will be demoed. It is 15 feet away from the sidewalk anyway. Amore Cafe, 7-Eleven, and the condos across the street all have the 15-foot setback. I think those new ones on the corner that had the variance for the setback, I think that was a mistake. I feel like this project failed to meet standard, which reads that the district is intended to provide for small scale, low intensity commercial uses that can be located within and serve residential neighborhoods. To me, a 3-story building, parking garage, 28 apartments isn't small scale. It's not low intensity. And 93% of the building is residential, not commercial. It just doesn't seem to fit. Like wildly doesn't seem to fit. I'm flabbergasted. The standards also say that it's intended to reinforce the historic scale and the ambience of traditional neighborhood retail. I don't think it does that. The proposed setback change allows the building to be too big. You know, they're going to tear down a 100-year-old bungalow and 8 low-income apartments just north of it. Where are those people going to go? I was wondering, how does this reinforce the historic scale of an ambience of a small residential neighborhood?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments.
Carmen Trevino?
Hi. I also am opposed to granting the exception because, as the last speaker noted, everything else here has a 15-foot setback. And with the exception that's already been granted to the properties to the north, I too think it'll be too big and out of, the scale will be too big for everything around it. Although I couldn't tell in one of those renderings, would the building height be lower than what's already there going up on the north? In one of the renderings, it looked like that.
We will ask
And
that
then,
question. Yes. Go ahead.
and then my final comment is, does anyone know if this project goes ahead, how long the construction time would be? We've already lived through 4 years of the property to the north that doesn't even look like it's close to being complete. And whenever they hit the ground, it rumbles everything in my house. So I'm curious about that. And then one last thing, did Lex say that if the exception is not granted to the variance, then whoever goes back to the drawing board could come up with a design that didn't go through design review at all and would just be whatever they came up with? Thanks.
I can clarify a couple of those things. Well, but we will do that as soon as we hear the rest of the questions.
Thank you. I'm checking for other hands. Andre? Andre?
Yes, my name's Trish. We live directly next door to this proposed project.
Trish, could you give us your last name too,
Yeah,
please?
Trish MP
Thank you.
and Andre Ramjouet.
Thank you.
You're welcome. First, I mean, so many things. Just wondering what exactly is the driveway coming? It's proposed to be coming off onto Sherman. Is that correct? The garage entrance.
Yes.
Okay. And is it coming to and from? Is it an exit and an entrance off of Sherman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, how does an ice cream shop, which I'm not sure, again, it's going to be a very small percentage. How does that benefit, you know, our neighborhood? When, like Chris, our neighbor, said earlier, most of this project is residential. And I just don't understand the scale, why it can't be smaller. It is so, it's just pure greed on the developer's part, and it does not benefit anyone in this neighborhood, except probably for those living in the building. But also, I was curious about how the dumpster situation is going to work. That alley is so crammed back there with the existing development that is.
I'm like, yeah, sure.
With the existing development on the north corner, I'm just curious how that's going to work, how a dumpster is going to fit and be feasible for getting in and out of the garage, etc. Our fence that borders this property is continually damaged, and I don't even know how to look forward to how to navigate any of this. So I have a lot more to say, but I'll let others get to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela?
Scrolling through lists here.
There's
Corey.
some- there's someone-
Corey.
Okay, there's also someone on the phone who's been waiting. Do you see that? McDonough,
It's a very long list here.
Ryan, McDonough, Casey?
I will call on that person.
Okay.
Corey, I've unmuted you, Corey. Corey Satabin. I'm back to Corey. David?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. We live across the street, just down, third house down on Sherman across the street. So we're at kind of a kitty corner from the development. And we too have are somewhat astounded by the continued size and scale of it. It has been scaled down. I'm interested in the argument that the architect, Mr. Shirley, made here as to the answer that was asked, why have this push the building out 11 more feet? And he said it was because of parking. And to me, that directly speaks to they're trying to maximize as much as possible the building here. And it is still too much out of scale for the neighborhood. Reducing the amount of parking would mean they'd have to reduce the amount of apartments. And it's already come down from, I think, 32 to 28, but it still is, I agree with Chris, quite out of scale, Chris and other people who have already spoken here. I'm also, I do appreciate, however, that the setback on Sherman is what it is, because that is appropriate and does match what the houses are on our street. And as Ron said earlier, it, however, doesn't match the neighborhood as it goes down 500 East. I too am still concerned by the entryway and exitway on Sherman for the amount of traffic that it will actually be increasing on our block. This is a quiet street, and
Hello?
It's remarkable how the impact of this will be on Sherman Avenue. I understand the city engineers about 500 East and the entryway there, but I do not comprehend why they changed the entryway onto Sherman when it could have been through the alleyway itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
All right, O'Brien.
Dude, it's not working.
O'Brien, McDonough, Casey.
Okay.
Casey?
So watch. That's just a cool thing to do. Like, hang on. Me?
Casey?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, very
Okay,
well.
perfect. And these are my 2 minutes of comments, I'm assuming. Thank you guys for letting me comment. If you can't hear me, tell me. So I'm down here on Main Street with a lot of people who.
I'm sorry, but this project, you're not commenting on the correct project. This project is on 500 East and Sherman Avenue.
Oh, when do I raise
We're
my
not taking
hand?
comments. You raise your hand when that agenda item comes up, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking through to make sure no new
Okay,
hands
Corey
have come
Satabin
up. Just a minute.
had
Corey.
hand.
Corey from Frontier Fire Protection. Corey, can you hear us? Corey? Corey. Corey has left again.
Okay.
Michaela, we got an email from Kathleen Rivas. She was having trouble logging, getting her hand raised. So she has some sent comments in, but I think she's here present if she'd prefer to read them aloud. And there's two Kathleens, so it's Kathleen Rivas rather than Kathleen Fraser.
Wonderful. I see her name. Kathleen.
Yes.
Great.
Hi.
I can hear you perfectly. Please go ahead.
I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand. So anyway, getting to the setback required, I mean, if you look at the north building, you can see that they are actually welcoming. The up to the setback is this patio where it says, come in, sit, spell, have a drink, and talk with your neighbors, or come in and look what we have. The one there that they're proposing is a steel metal door and a small 77-foot square mailbox / access to the elevator. That is not welcoming. And then as you go farther south down the street, you have this facade that looks Unitarian and institutional, even to those little square windows that look like what you would see in a prison. You know, you see the old jail windows where there's small little things, or actually are my basement windows. And the fake patio wrought iron looks like security bars in a low-income neighborhood or an unsafe neighborhood like the one I used to live in San Antonio. They're not appealing. They're actually rather, like I said, distressing looking. The property again to the north is short. It's only, I'm going to guess, and this is only a guesstimate, maybe 50 feet wide. We're talking 100 feet of unbroken wall between the sidewalk and everything else, the grass. There is one bench there by the lobby, and that is outside of the setback even. So there is no place really for people to come and sit and enjoy the shade of the trees or to just gather where the northern property does. Now, Mr. Shirley states, you know, several times pointing to that northern property as a precedence. And I don't want to see the precedence continue with this big, long, unbroken expanse of a building right up to the sidewalk. And it's not inviting. But I do have another question. This is now on the west side of the building. The west side of the building is required to have a 7-foot buffer zone. The buffer zone is to buffer the property that abuts the CN property. Currently, that's not where the buffer zone is. The buffer zone is right against the property and not the property line. According to all of the citations I read, in that buffer zone, you cannot have sidewalk, you cannot have concrete, you can't have any of those things. And yet that's what's actually there in that buffer zone. The garbage bin is in the buffer zone, can block the stairwell, which is next to another property. If kids who like to vandalize push that garbage bin, or when the company that is picking up the garbage, if they set it down, they could actually block that door. And now you would only have the one staircase that is usable. So I worry about that also, especially with the rash of fires that we have had currently that have leaped from one business to another. And there are residences in that north building, and there is a restaurant in that north building. And the only fire exits are close to that wall. So those are some of my other concerns.
Thank you. And I will try Corey one more time and then do one last quick. Corey, would you like to speak to this item? Corey is not with us. Just one moment. I'm going through. Rachel Stromness has her hand raised.
Yes,
Rachel, would
can
you
you
like
hear
to
me?
make a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, you're able to make a comment
Hello, can you hear me?
perfectly.
This is ridiculous. Neither one of us can get through.
Rachel, we can hear you.
Rachel, you are through.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Hello?
Yes.
No, they can't hear me.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Sure. Leave.
Okay, she hung up.
She's
Okay.
gone.
All right. Okay.
Those are the only other hands that I have up.
Thank you. So I think we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion. But first, I would like to give the applicant a chance to answer some of the questions that were raised by the public.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, just making sure. There were a lot of comments on whether both on commercial and residential. I just want to point out that the zone does require a mixed use. We had to have both, so we had to have, yeah, so that's, if you don't like commercial, we had to have it, and if you don't like residential, we had to have it. The 7-foot buffer on the back was addressed. I'm going to share my screen again real quick so I can show you guys that. That is this green here, and when I mentioned earlier that Lex did a very thorough job, he made sure that was in there, and I think it's great because yeah, we're adding a green scape on the side of the building, and it is 7 feet uninterrupted as required by the code, and the building is an additional 3 feet back from that, giving a total of 10 feet for the rear setback. So you can see the property line is within this gray space here, and then we also have the 7-foot landscape buffer, giving a total of 10 feet. That is also, here we have the 7-foot landscape buffer, and there's actually 5 feet additional on top of that. So that is a much greater setback, or that is a greater setback than is required. This space is not our land, this gray that's outside of the property, that is the existing alley. We are not allowed to touch that. There was a comment made earlier in the plans. We did have a garbage can where it currently exists now for the 8-plex. The garbage can is back here, and we were going to keep it back there. But there were many issues. We couldn't keep it there. So we have moved the garbage into the parking structure. Now, instead of a large single garbage bin, we're going to have several small hand wheelie bins. So we can get it out of the parking structure. And so I have a picture of the current situation. This is the building to the north that's being built. And once they put in their 7-foot landscape buffer, our access will be from this little pink point to that pole. So this is the alley in the back. This is the northwest corner. And this is the existing dumpster as it stands. So you can see that we're really losing access to our site with the development to the north, which also ties in with the any comments about going onto Sherman Avenue. Let me go back to the site. So that little pinch point was back here. And so essentially we felt like this is not a accessible point to our site. There's no way that you could get 2 lanes of traffic through a 9-foot space. So we couldn't use that. What else? There were a few comments about matching the northern property setback. On this aerial here, you can kind of see this aerial was taken when that northern property was just a foundation. So you can kind of see where that foundation is set. And then with their proposal, their patio goes all the way to the sidewalk. What we're proposing is to match their setback, and then we're going to have green space in front of our building with a few breaks. So we'll have a break to the apartment building and a break to the required commercial space. Let's see here. There was also some comments about how this matches or fits in the neighborhood. We definitely feel like this is going to be a benefit to the area because you have a lot of really great amenities in the area. You know, you have the little shops, you have that amazing park that's just north of here. And currently, if I want to be near that, I have to be able to afford a single family home for the most part. What we're providing is a space for people who can only afford a single bedroom to enjoy this neighborhood and have access to that neighborhood. And we also, you know, when we find that with these small single bedroom units, the residents generally have one car. So we don't feel like this is going to be a huge traffic impact, and there's going to be about one car per unit, and we're providing parking for that. I can attest. I live in where I previously lived in an apartment building similar with small units in it, and for the 8 years I lived there, 50% of the parking lot just sat empty because they provided too much parking, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to have a big empty parking lot. We want to hide the parking, have enough parking, and provide a benefit to the community. I think that's everything I took notes on. I hope that answered everybody's questions.
Thank you very much.
I would like to add some more to that. This is Alexi kind of speaking.
I'm sorry, the public, oh, I'm sorry, you're the applicant. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let me just start with introducing myself, okay? My name is Alexi. I own and manage this property for the last 5 years. When I purchased this property, I spent 1 year or about 1 year rehabbing this property, cleaning out the drug dealers and junkies eventually who lived there. And I have some issues, and with some residents actually did call me because I have people trying to return in that location on a number of cases, and I had to go and evict them. So just to put the record straight on some of those comments which you members of the committee have seen and attached and are part of the public record now, I just want to make it straight. I'm not a slum landlord. I'm actually the one who cleaned this location. I watched this building before I purchased it for about 2 years, and I'm appalled by the name calling I've received from the residents around. And I also want to bring just a matter of a background. I'm an immigrant in this country. I came here 21 years ago when I was not even in legal age to drink. And I lived in many apartments and I enjoy them. And I know what apartment living is. What's all this disagreement with the development is doing is essentially pushing people like myself 20 years ago into the outskirts of the city. Because there is no way someone in his 20s can afford a 3-bedroom house, which is right there about Liberty neighborhood. So this is not about fairness. So I came to this country for the liberty, for the fairness. There is nothing about that. So people who don't have money, they will be forcing down to the neighborhoods which are previously industrial polluted land, which has been now developed in volume and high rises being built. So this feels like back in the Soviet Union when I grew up. So if that's what the city you guys want, I totally understand that. If you want a CVC pharmacy in this location, like there is one in Sugar House, I also understand that. I mow my own lawn, and I'm there on the neighborhood weekly, or 3 times a week, or 4 times a week, and I speak with the neighbors. And yes, I've heard some comments, and I know some of the neighbors personally. But I'm not a developer. I'm the property manager.
Mr. Tata, I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to cut you off here because the comments that you're making are I think we basically get the idea, and I'm afraid if you keep going more, then we will have to open up the public hearing again.
Let me finish up real quick. If you don't mind,
I'm sorry.
With the specific questions about the property.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask the commissioners to comment on this project.
So this is a question for Lex, and really it's just clarification. Under the current zoning, they could build a mixed-use project. They could build basically what they propose by right without requiring any further approvals or consents from us. The only thing they're seeking is a waiver of the setback on 500 East. Is that right, Lex?
That's absolutely correct.
So really our purview is limited to whether that setback waiver request is consistent with the standards in the code, and it's not a referendum on the project as a whole.
Well, that is the main question. Yes, you certainly can comment on any of the standards that are outlined in the staff report because this project is subject to all of those standards. But the one standard that they're not meeting is that setback. And so that's the main question before you this evening.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
So if this project, my sense of this is that if this setback were not granted, this would have to be a very different project. It could be a housing project, it could be a commercial project, but it's going to be a different project than what they have because what they have requires the dimensions, the extra 11 feet of ground coverage than what they have. So the size of the project, its extent, its parking, its its impacts on the neighborhood all resolve down to this 11-foot additional setback requirement. So it's not just a matter of the 11 feet. It's actually a matter of the entire, of pushing, in a sense, pushing the design to the point where it's more or less required that they have that in order for this project to have the number of units that it has, the amount of parking that it has, the site coverage that it has. So I would be willing to do this if I thought it was if the project fulfilled the basics of the zone, which are at least in part to provide commercial neighborhood scale, a neighborhood scale project, neighborhood scale commercial, more or less in keeping with the kind of neighborhood scale commercial that you see in other parts of the cities in these small little things on the corner. But I don't really see that here. I see a project that's 93% residential in terms of square footage and has very little commercial, actually, hardly enough for even an ice cream store. And although I appreciate the design of this project, I actually think it's a pretty nice looking design. I don't have a problem with that. I do think it's also pushing the envelope in terms of the number of units and the number of units that can go, and not the size of the units, the number of units that can go on this project.
So I'll pipe in and give my thoughts. I think with any project, what we struggle with is that Some things have to give. If you want A, sometimes you have to give up B. So people want more parking, but then they don't want to have, you know, the parking here, or they don't want it there, or it's too much or it's too little. People want, you know, want extra setbacks on Sherman, but then they want the same amount of setbacks on all around it. And so I think Sherman looks really good. And what do we do? Do we give up parts of Sherman setback to put more setback on Fifth East? Or do we like Sherman enough that we do that? I mean, I think for me, I really like that the setbacks on Sherman, because that's what's facing the residential component, and I think that's much more appropriate. And having the setback, I want absolute clarification though that it is in line with that north project, in terms of the 4 feet. But I think that I prefer having the treatment they've done on Sherman, than reducing Sherman to increase the setback on Fifth East. We give and take when we look at these things.
That's not the choice. The choice is whether or not you have. I mean, Sherman's going to be 15 feet anyway. It's required to be 15. feet.
So Phyllis,
So is Fifth East.
I like this project. I think it looks really good. I don't think it's a behemoth. I live in an area with a condo and an apartment right across the street from me with an entrance, and you know, I think I understand people's reticence for something that's unknown, but it's not an issue for my neighborhood. And I, as long as I can get some clarification from Lex that setback of that northern project, which we never saw, by the way, just for edification for everyone, that was done without planning commission variance approval, is the same, then I'm good with this one.
So Amy, I've looked at that and done some measurements, and they're super rough because you're dealing with parcel lines from one layer and you're dealing with a aerial photograph. And so somebody, one of the members of the public said he measured, and it was 15, that eightplex was 15-foot setback from the sidewalk. I'm measuring it. What I see is maybe about 7.5. It's not 4, but it's not 15.
No, I mean for that redevelopment on the north, on the corner.
And I can give you those measurements too. Hang on a sec.
Okay, that's the one I really want to hear what that setback is.
So the one that is adjacent to the north, that Jacob Shirley showed, he was talking about the foundation. I'm measuring that at about 6.7 feet. And the one on the corner, I measured about 10.4.
Okay.
And again, those are rough.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm willing to entertain a reduced setback as long as it is in line with what is going on in the north. So it's consistent along Fifth East, but not further. So without knowing exactly what that is, it's hard for me to fully support that reduction in setback. But otherwise, I am okay with reducing.
I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicant to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not his project, the one to the north, so it's hard to expect him to have that measurement. But I think that's the one thing that I personally, if it's consistent with that, I'm good. If it's not, then I would want to bring it in line.
So we could make that a condition of approval. We're okay with the reduced setback so long as it matches the setback for the parcel to the north. And if it's slightly different, then the approval would be, or whatever the setback for the parcel to the north would apply. I don't know how to exactly word that, but that's, I think, what you're saying, Amy.
Yes, you could make that a condition. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think the only thing I would add, I agree with Amy's comment about the alignment of the buildings. But if you want a walkable commercial corner or area, it's nice if the building is closer to the sidewalk, so then it feels like it's more inviting, and you're not dealing with a big grass strip between you and the commercial area. I also agree with Brenda that I wish there was more commercial in this project, but we also have to park these projects, and until there's no parking requirements, it's just part of having to work out a project. And I think that we need density, and we need density in desirable parts of town near parks where people can walk and be close to amenities, and the neighborhood's your amenity. And to me, I think that we need to continue to add more density to our city.
Anyone else?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I have the same sentiments. Actually, I was going to ask that question about that north building as well. I feel similar to what Amy was saying, and John as well. I think having that as our guide, I think, makes it so that things are more in line. Yeah, I also was kind of disappointed that it wasn't a little more commercial, but just like you said as well, Brenda, it's a nice looking building. It seems to have nice potential. So yeah, as long as there's that condition, I would be inclined to support the motion.
Okay.
I have a little bit of a problem tying it to a building that's not finished. And we did see that project. It came before us. And as I recall, there was going to be there's going to be additional stuff on the front of that building. There was like a screen or something that was going to be on that building. There was some things that were going to stick out on that. So I don't think it should be tied directly to whatever those northerly buildings are. If you make it be approximately, then maybe.
I agree with that. You know, if we're talking just feet, I'd say within 2 feet plus or minus, of what the other building is. But yeah, to have it just have to be directly tied feels a little odd.
I mean, commissioners, this is John. It would be fairly easy for us to find that information if you made a condition like that, because we could just look at the building permit and see what that approved setback was. So it wouldn't be difficult or arbitrary necessarily.
John, the approved setback, they may not have come up to the approved setback, or do they have to, at least over the most of the length of it? They may be set farther back than the approved setback.
I think we'd
That's
have
a good point, Brenda. And
Yeah.
and to be perfectly clear, if you're going to go down that road, so that this is not ambiguous, this puts planning staff in somewhat of an awkward position. There needs to be some sort of survey. That foundation would need to be surveyed to that property line to figure out an exact number.
And a couple of feet makes a huge difference when you're trying to design a parking garage. I can tell you that. A parking garage just is unforgivable. A couple of feet could mean you can't do it. So if we're saying to the applicant, we won't give you the 11 feet, maybe we'll give you 9, maybe we'll give you 7 additional feet. No, then you're sending them back to the drawing board no matter what. I'm not in favor of doing that at all, because I think that there's a lot of reasons to maintain that 15-foot setback. One of which is that all of the buildings south of that project, it makes a good transition, so that the building on the corner sticks out, which is a common urban design move for a little commercial center, and then all the other buildings on Fifth East set back off the street, and they all do south of there. So I think that's in keeping with the urban design intentions of this zone. But I am saying that also, You know, it's that this is not an arbitrary, you set the thing and it's okay. It will require substantial change if you change it by a couple of feet. Which means they'll have to come back.
Am I allowed to give a little bit of clarity on something?
Yes, you can, please.
Okay, I just want to make a point that the property line is not on the sidewalk. So when we talk about the 4 feet, that's to a property line, and then
Yeah.
there's some additional space to the sidewalk. So if you're going on site and you're measuring from the sidewalk to a building, that's kind of misleading because you don't know exactly where that property line cuts across there. I just wanted to clarify that. So 4 feet to a line that's on paper, but not in reality.
So you're saying that the back of the sidewalk is not the property line?
The back of the sidewalk is close, but it is not. Sidewalks in the real world, things tend to meander, so I don't have an exact dimension, but it varies along that street frontage along 500.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
So I appreciate many parts about this through your public process. I appreciate not having a surface parking lot. I appreciate the care you took on Sherman that relates to the residential. I did also want to note, Madam Chair, that Rachel Stromness, who had trouble listening, she actually did submit a comment in our staff report.
Okay, thank
so
you.
she
Thank
did
you for
get
that.
heard that
Okay.
way.
Thank you.
All right, so based on the analysis and findings in the staff report that the standards for design review have been substantially met, testimony and the proposal presented, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for design review for the reduced front yard setback of 11 feet, resulting in a front yard setback of 4 feet along 500 East, located at approximately 1320 and 1328 South, 500 East, subject to the 3 conditions as noted in the staff report dated 4/17/2021. And this is for PLN PCM 2021-00068.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that proposal, for that motion?
I'll second it.
Is that Adrian?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion by Amy, a second by Adrian. So Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Andres?
I will vote yes.
Okay.
I will vote yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Okay, and we will move on to agenda item number 3.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
before we actually move on, I wanted to address one matter about concerning the Bueno Apartments Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment.
Recall?
Recall.
Yes, ma'am.
We have been checking the minutes, and sorry to call out one commissioner, but Andres, you voted at that particular meeting to table a portion of the project, but voted no for the rezone and master plan amendment. So you would not be able to participate in the vote to recall. So we wanted to make sure that that was on the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Michaela, let me just clarify here. Let me get back to the
Please do.
policies and procedures. I think he can vote. He just can't be the person who makes the vote.
Oh,
Makes the motion.
Okay.
So let me just get back here. It's 37.
That was my understanding too, and I recorded it that way as well in my own notes on this.
Right.
On this vote. Yeah.
So we need a do-over, and we need somebody who did not vote in opposition on the
Pardon.
recommendation to the city council to make the motion.
Oh. Because
Andres voted
Andres made
against the
the-
motion to recommend to the city council.
Oh, he did.
So
Damn, I don't have that in my notes. Okay.
didn't attend, but I'm happy to make that motion if that's allowed.
It has to be somebody who voted
Got it.
for the recommendation to the city council. So you would also be disqualified.
Maureen or Adrian or John have to make the motion.
I would actually recuse myself from this one, so I can't.
That's right. So you can't either. Okay. So Maureen or John?
Okay. Now,
So no pressure, Maureen.
what exactly are we doing here? Okay.
I will tell you, we are recalling the vote that the motion and the vote to recommend to City Council that the zoning amendment and the master plan amendment, the zoning change for Bueno Avenue project. We tabled the rest of that, but this was just the part that was just
This was the rezone, the recommendation to the council on the rezone.
Right.
The master plan amendment.
And
Right.
the reason we have to recall it is that they need to file a housing mitigation plan by law.
Okay. Do we have the case number on this?
Yes. It's the master plan amendment case number is PLN PCM 2020 00047. And the zoning map amendment is PLN PCM 2021 00048.
00048. Okay. I will make a motion that the planning commission recall their vote from the last meeting regarding PLN PCM 2021-00047 and 00048, the zoning change and master plan amendments for the Bueno Avenue project. That we recall that, and
that's all.
Is that all we have to do? Okay.
And
So
the minutes
we
reflect
recall
that. Yes, thank you. Do I have a second? By Adrian or John? Oh, not Adrian, sorry, John or John? John, can you second that motion?
I will second that motion.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead with the vote again. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy? You could vote. Amy?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Adrian?
I recuse myself.
Okay. Andres?
I will vote yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And Carolyn?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It still passes 6-0. So this is recalled.
Thank you.
Okay. So what does everybody think about a 10-minute break? Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break and we will be back at 7:25. Please. And we apologize to the public, but we're on a break now. Thank you. screen if you are.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, thanks, John. Andres, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are all returned, and we are going to go ahead with our third item on our agenda, zoning map amendment at approximately 1945 South, 1300 East. It is case number PLN PCM 2020-010 01022. 1022. Wow. Okay, so we are going to hear from Nanette Larson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm just going to share my screen here. All right, so Salt Lake City has received a request for a zoning map amendment from Max Chang, who's the property owner. The proposed zoning map amendment from RMF 35 to RMF 45 would facilitate a proposed redevelopment of the site located at approximately 1945 South, 1300 East. Planning staff is recommending the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to City Council for the rezone request, as staff has found the proposed development or the proposed amendments meet the intent of the zoning district and applicable master plans. Currently, the property is located in the RMF 35 district, or the moderate density multifamily residential district. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site to RMF 45, or moderate high density multifamily residential. The site is currently occupied by a multifamily structure with 24 residential units that front on 1300 East. Parking on the site is currently located towards the rear of the site, which is accessed through a private alleyway towards the south of the property. This alley also services the offices located to the south of the subject site. Both the RMF 35 and RMF 45 districts are multifamily residential districts. The majority of the surrounding properties around the subject site are zoned for single-family residences. To the south is a residential office district, which includes offices and medical services. The site is also located in the Sugar House Master Plan and is designated as medium high-density residential. This future land use map designation allows for a minimum and maximum density range between 20 to 50 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezone to RMF 45 is within this density range of less than 32 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezone therefore meets this land use designation, and it does not necessitate a master plan amendment. The 1945 South 1300 East site is centrally located in the Sugar House area. This site is within 500 feet of the Sugar House Business District. It has sufficient infrastructure to service the site for the proposed density requested. 1300 East is labeled as an arterial street in the city's transportation plan. An arterial street is a street that facilitates movement over long distances at generally higher rates of speed and higher volumes of traffic. The intersection of 1300 East and 2100 South is nearby as well. 2100 South is also labeled as an arterial street on the Transportation Master Plan. Bus lines run along 1300 East and 2100 South, both within walking distance of the site. The site is also approximately a half mile away from I-80 to the south. Overall, the differences between the two districts of RMF 35 and RMF 45 are fairly minimal in regards to permitted land uses and yard requirements. The more significant differences between RMF 35 and RMF 45 is the difference in allowed height. The maximum building height allowed in the RMF 35 district is 35 feet, and the maximum building height is in the RMF 45 district is 45 feet. The other significant difference is the permitted density in the RMF 45 district. The RMF 45 district is a medium high density residential district that permits a greater density than the current zoning district. While the applicant submitted a concept plan that included 46 residential units, the proposed RMF 45 district would not permit this number of units on the site. The maximum permitted in the proposed RMF 45 district is 31 residential units. This is based on the square footage of the site. Under the current zoning district of RMF 35, the maximum currently allowed is 20 residential units. Finally, the applicant also submitted a concept plan of the redevelopment of the site, which was the purpose of the proposed rezone. The purpose of the concept plan is to give the Planning Commission and City Council an idea of the intent to rezone this site. While the concept plan is helpful for this purpose, the developer is not obliged to the plan. Any development of the site would need to meet all zoning standards, including building height, parking, and landscaping, as well as the allowed density of the site. Planning staff has received a number of public comments on this item, and they are attached to the staff report, or they're located in the Dropbox for Planning Commission to see. And again, planning staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend City Council approve the zoning map amendment. It also appears that, Max Chang is present and is a panelist, and I'm also available to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have.
Thank you, Nanette. So,
sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't
go
mean
ahead.
to.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify, because I can't easily find it in my staff report. The slide you had up, I couldn't write it down fast enough. How many units are allowed in an RMF 35?
An RMF 35, and I apologize because it didn't make it into the staff report, and it should.
Oh, then that makes me feel better, actually.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it.
That was my mistake, but it is on the slides that are part of the public, that's part of the public record. The maximum allowed in the RMF 35 is 20 units. The maximum allowed on the proposed RMF 45 is 31 units.
And so right now, though, they're grandfathered in with their 24. So they have over what could be allowed. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
So Nanette, where does that number come from? Is that a minimum square foot of land per unit?
That's right. In the RMF 45 district, your first 21,000 square feet of property allows you to have 15 residential units.
Okay.
And then anything over 21,000 square feet, each additional 800 square feet allows you one additional unit.
Okay.
And so in the case of this property with 34,000 square feet, they're allowed 31 units.
Okay. Thank you. That's very clear. And I'm sorry it did not show up in the staff report. It might have saved everyone a lot of trouble. Okay. So let's go ahead with the applicant.
Can I ask one more question? And maybe
Sure,
the
of course.
applicant can answer this. So in the zoning map, it looks like this parcel, there's a square shaped parcel, and then there's this weird, I don't know, my geometry, almost triangular shape off to the east. Is the application only for the square? And then if so, what's the deal with this lone parcel that's kind of landlocked parcel to the east? Do we know?
So the application is only for the square parcel with the address 1945 South 1300 East. This odd-shaped parcel is a vacant parcel, and it's owned by another organization entity. It's
Okay,
not
so it's totally
within-
unrelated. It's just a weird interior lot that would have kind of a fragment zoning if we were to recommend approval for this change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead with the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Scheer and members of the Planning Commission for this opportunity to speak on our application. American State Management Corporation is a family-owned business and has owned Highland Terrace Apartments for over 45 years. Currently, there is a 2-story and 24-unit apartment complex, which was originally built in 1960. It is now over 60 years old. As stated by staff, the new zoning could increase the number of units from the current number of 24 to just 31 units based on the current guidelines. Since May of 2019, we have turned over the apartment management to Bountiful, Utah's based Cornerstone Residential, which manages over 9,200 apartments across 5 Intermountain states. We've always tried to maintain minimal rent increases, but it is becoming increasingly challenging for a variety of factors, including but not limited to property taxes and utility costs. From 2019 to 2020 tax years, the Salt Lake County assessor doubled the value the value of the land portion of the property assessment by twice, and resulting in an astronomical increase in property taxes. Their proposed 2020 assessed value was actually an increase of 58.14% from 2019's assessed value. Unfortunately, the building is energy inefficient due to a myriad of factors, including but not limited to the age of the building, steel water pipes that frequently leak due to corrosion. And while we have diligently repaired these leaks when identified, we have been advised multiple times by multiple professionals, that the only way to fully remediate this would to tear down the building and install modern standards of plumbing. The average utility cost per unit is more than double what comparable units are. A new building with current utility technology would include PVC water pipes, energy efficient appliances, LED lighting, potential solar panels, better installation, etc. We would provide a much more holistic approach to addressing the utility inefficiency rather than relying on patchwork maintenance. The high utility costs, coupled with escalating property taxes, make it increasingly difficult for us to sustain operations, including rent at or close to current levels. As stated in the staff report, the property is part of the Sugar House Master Plan adopted by the City Council in 2001. In this plan, future land use map property is designated as medium-high density residential, which the RMF 45 zone matches. We would like to emphasize that while RMF zoning will allow us to build 4 stories with a maximum height of 45 feet, our proposed concept would only consist of 2 floors above 1 level of garage. As stated in the staff report, the topography of the property with this graduating slope from west to east mitigates the height of the concept property. It would only be slightly higher, but close to the same height as the current building. Many of the concerns stated by the community are addressed in the staff report. We would like to thank them for their comments and take this opportunity to also address some of them. Additionally, as this is an application for a zoning change, we believe that many of these issues will be resolved and better addressed during the design, review, and approvals of the actual project. We will do our best to take their comments and suggestions into consideration. However, we do believe that some of the comments are based on a single snapshot in time and does not necessarily reflect the full context. With Cornerstone, we have identified areas where we can replace the water pipes to PVC, such as the landscaping in the front, which required us to remove the existing grass and ground cover to the north, and then replace the areas with grass. The grass area was placed in fall of 2019, and the area of the ground cover was scheduled for 2020. However, due to the pandemic, it was delayed to this year and should start by the end of this month. Similarly, in an email dated May 21st, 2020, one of the comments complained that the pool was closed. The pool is typically closed from Labor Day to Memorial Day. The photos presented fall outside of the window that the pool is normally opened. Moreover, the pool was closed from Labor Day of 2019 throughout 2020 due to the pandemic to help ensure social distancing. Water and dirt do accumulate at times from weather events on any outdoor pool cover. We do have a water pump, and our maintenance crews work to drain it and clean it as soon as possible. The pool is currently open, but there is no plan to install a pool in the new concept. Instead, we were planning to put a 3,500 square foot landscape courtyard instead. We also replaced all the grass in the pool area with landscaping rock in order to shut off the sprinklers in that area so we could reduce water usage. From my recollection over the decades operating this apartment complex, probably the only notice that from Salt Lake City we ever received was on June 7th, 2021, during our rezone application. On June 14th, just 1 week later, Scott Reese of Salt Lake City came out to inspect the property. The property passed, and Scott emailed our manager at Cornerstone and stated the property looks great and that the case is closed. We are in agreement with many of our comments about the beautiful mature trees that are in front of the current building. We will do our best to preserve these trees during the actual design of the new building. Regarding transportation, please note in attachment H of the staff report, the transportation review does not see any major concerns. By the way, our majority of the parking will be underground and there will be very minimal surface parking. As we will certainly abide by all parking, ADA, EV, and bike parking requirements. Additionally, from attachment A, I like to point out that engineering, public utilities, and fire departments have all stated they do not have any objections or concerns. We have also spoken via email and in person with Highland Park Plaza HOA Management, president and several owners of the building to the south of us. We were agreeable to their suggestion of providing parking spaces for their building's patients and customers during regular business hours. And while it has not been finalized, we are in the process of reviewing and discussing a possible memorandum of understanding. This would further open up the alley that's between us for sufficient and safe access to the subject and surrounding properties. I personally feel it is a win-win for both properties. To reiterate, this is only an application for zoning change. And we should focus only on the 4 key considerations listed on page 3 of the staff report. Other matters can and should be addressed during the design review with the city. The new building will be co-developed with an architect, developer, and contractor with expertise in multifamily housing. Final design, construction drawings, and materials will all meet or exceed Salt Lake City requirements. We look forward to bringing an outstanding new complex of which we all can be proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Chang at this point?
Mr. Chang, I just have one question. My Google Earth is taking a while to load. Do you know where the bus stop is in relation to Highland Terrace?
I believe there's one pretty close, either one really south or one just north of it.
Right, I couldn't remember either. Okay.
But not right.
Hopefully
not
my Google Earth will load by the time we're done with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move to the public hearing? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. If the community council is represented, we hope that they will have 5 minutes to speak, but members of the general public will have 2 minutes to speak. If you want to speak, please push the little button at the tiny little button under your participants list that has the little hand in it. I do see a representative of the Sugar House Community Council.
I don't think I'm on. There we go. Okay. Hi. The Sugar House Council reviewed this the same way we always do, with a flyer to the neighborhood and the Land Use and Zoning Committee. This change would be in accordance with the Sugar House Master Plan, which calls for medium-high density residential. However, this parcel is only 0.79 of an acre, so the proposal of 46 is clearly pushing the envelope. I ask you if this is the right thing to do. Yes, we have a housing shortage and need more units. Is there a plan to relocate the 20 families into other housing they can afford? Current rent is $1,200 to $1,300. If, as a recent Salt Lake City article revealed, it can cost up to $200,000 per unit to build new apartments in Salt Lake, and that's not not including the property, the land value. Can Mr. Chang keep the current rent, or will it have to go up to cover his costs? His cost may be less than 200,000 because perhaps the existing property is already paid off. But I would guess he will raise the rents rather than making them any kind of affordable. With the location across from the college, that would be a shame. This doesn't fit the pattern of the street frontage. Everything on that block, probably up to 17th South and further, are single-family homes or duplexes. So this is the only variance, and I think to make it bigger is even worse. I got 15 comments, which you've seen, and most of the comments were related to the maintenance of the building. And I have to say, I'm a patient of the dental office next door. I go there 3 times a year for probably 30 years, so I've watched this building, and it never looks like it's being properly maintained. I worry that even a new building may look pretty, but for how long? What kind of maintenance are we going to have? Mr. Chang wrote a response to the broken blind, but then said it would get fixed when the tenant moved out. Shouldn't there be maintenance along the way? One neighbor provided photos. We should talk about the impact of additional traffic on 13th East. That is currently zoned for 1 lane in either direction and a bike lane on both sides. I know as a patient, I can hardly get out of that building at certain times of the day. The alleys that you refer to that look like, oh, this is a great way to get around, are so skinny, they're 1 person at a time alleys with bushes overhanging. It's not a 2-way street, any of those alleys. So, you know, you have to go through the KFC parking lot to get out. You know, we worry that about the maintenance. The city doesn't inspect their buildings, despite the fees collected from the Good Landlord program, and we lose 26 affordable units. If those are students, where will they go? Where are the new buildings that our students and young families can afford? We aren't getting any affordable units from this project. We don't see where this benefits the community at large. This is not in the Sugar House Business District, and we shouldn't pretend that it is. So we'd like you to deny this request, but I doubt that you will because you're all about, you know, approving more units. But we'd like you to add some conditions to the staff report, an analysis of the effect on the local watershed. Can this be constructed without any debris being put in the local stream? Spell out what the petitioner would have to do to prevent this from happening. Document that each tenant in the building has found a place to live during construction that they can afford before the demolition permit is awarded. And document that after the building is built, the current tenants can afford the new rent, or they have an affordable apartment to rent into the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Hi there. I saw I'm unmuted. Am I able to speak? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read something just to make sure.
Yes, you are unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to
Could
go
you
ahead.
just state your name for the record?
Yes. So my name is Megan Kelleher. I'm one of the one of the homeowners of the single family property directly next to the property under consideration, along with my fiance, Will Radigan. So we wanted to come today to share our concerns of this potential rezone and urge you to deny this request for rezone. First, this proposed change would not fit with the existing character of the rest of the street, as it would be out of scale and much higher on the northwest side than the surrounding buildings. Both the homes north and even south of the small businesses south of the property, it would be higher than those. Further, from our understanding, the current ownership of the property would be the same ownership as the proposed higher density complex. We have some concerns about this as it seems the property owner has been shirking some responsibility already in caring for the existing property from what we can see from the landscaping and building exterior. This is something we've heard echoed from current tenants as well. From a more individual perspective, we also have questions and concerns about the design of the property, which would have porches directly looking over our yard and home. We also believe the building is already on the edge of the property line, and adding balconies would require the footprint of the building to be moved back considerably. In addition, we have questions about whether, if approved, the construction of the project would be done in such a way that would respect the integrity of our property and prevent damage, given concerns about the current management of the existing property. We do have to say, though, that we were initially not going to comment or write in if this new property were going to add more affordable housing to this area, even if it meant some inconvenience to us. We don't want to be those not in my backyard neighbors who prevent the building of affordable housing when Salt Lake City is in such a major affordable housing crisis. However, once we learned that the new units would not be affordable housing in this current crisis, we were quite honestly baffled. And so our question is this, is this really the precedent Salt Lake City wants to set? Allow owners of affordable housing properties to let those properties go into some disrepair to the point that they can't make necessary fixes without a profit loss, and then allow them to tear down those buildings they've ignored for luxury units instead. No. We appreciate your time and consideration of our comments, and we strongly urge you to deny this request for rezone.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Cruz, and I am the HOA manager for the Highland Park Plaza, basically the dental building directly to the south of this proposed construction. And you know, as I've worked with the dentists and all of the people over there, and as we've spoken with Mr. Chang, we're generally in favor of the remodel over there, but we do have some concerns that that involve, you know, egress, because currently all of his traffic to his apartment has to circle around through our parking lot, making our parking lot his driveway. And so I know I've sent notices that are probably in the staff notes, examples of alternative options, but we had discussed with him differing options on how we can keep emergency parking for the dental plaza, keep the area clear, and we wanted to say that we would be in favor of a rezone, assuming that they have their own private egress to and from 1300 East, and that all of their residents don't have to cross over our property and through the local alleyways, which they're doing now, because right now we do get a lot of their residents driving against our one-way traffic, creating danger for our residents and our customers and patrons and other people who are in need of medical attention. And we had proposed also that they may push back some of their stuff and create a two-way access on their own property or consider another line of egress. But we wouldn't be happy approving it for additional units if all of those cars had to drive through the Highland Dental parking and across through the alleyways as they're currently doing. So that being said, if they can figure out a way along with planning and other people, and we can have some guarantees, that would be great. In the meantime, you know, it's a major issue for us to have.
Okay, that's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Raise my hand. I raised my hand.
Mr. Knight, we can hear you.
I think it's Mitchell Rudd that's unmuted. Mitchell.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mitch?
I
Can you
didn't know
hear,
who was next.
can you hear me?
Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Michaela.
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Are you talking about Mitchell Rudd?
Yes, we
Yes.
are. Please
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, I am the current HOA president for the dental building, Highland Park Condominium Association. And our building has been in there since 1970, so 51 years. And we have always had north exits of our building, and we currently have handicap parking on the north side of our building to accommodate patients to get into the lower level of our building. And we have several dental offices in the basement that need access, handicap access, and which would be removed if Mr. Chang gets his way. And our patients would not be able to somehow get to the bottom lower building level of our building. So we are very much against opening up a two-way road on this alleyway. It has been a one-way alley for at least 50 years since our building was built. He wants to take away our 6 parking spots and then build 10 or 12 of his own, and that he said he will let us use them or access some of them, which we are not in favor of at this point in time. We have not had any guarantees that those would be adequate, and our patients who are handicapped would have to cross the street in order to get to our building. This is completely inadequate, and we are against this proposal to create a two-way road there on the alley. It has always been a one-way route in from 13th East, going around our building and exiting on the other side of our building. And currently, the residents, as was mentioned by Scott Cruz, the residents of, or the tenants in the current apartment building are using our property to circle around the building and go out the exits onto 13th East, or to continue on to the south and get into
Time,
the
thank you.
other alleyways.
Okay, that's time. Thank you very much.
Jeff Knight. Jeff, I'm
Hi.
unmuting you.
Thank you. This is Jeff Knight. I'm also a dentist in the building next door. I want to just take a short moment and echo what's been said by Dr. Rudd and Mr. Cruz. We're just we're not so much opposed to the redevelopment. It is an eyesore there in an old building, but what we are concerned about is losing those parking spaces that they've proposed that we do lose, especially that handicap spot, which is a way for patients to get into our lower building. And I just echo what the other doctors have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's see.
I don't see any more.
I mean, I see Casey McDonough's hand is still up.
Well, I'm sure that's not for this one. Yeah.
Oh, hand went down. Okay, great. Thanks, Casey. Those are the only hands I see.
All right.
Thank you.
We do not have any emails coming in. John?
You know, we had one from somebody named Yvonne Martinez who wanted to speak tonight, but I don't see her on the list. But I just wanted to let her know we did get her email, but unfortunately I don't see her logged in.
Okay. Thank you.
Share.
Okay.
May
Yes.
I address one of the issues that was brought up regarding the alleyway?
You may speak, yes, just shortly. Just briefly answer that question.
Yes, I think first of all, there should be clarification that the alleyway is a public alleyway, as you can see from the plat map. There's been misrepresentations by both Scott and the doctors. For example, it is actually supposed to be a two-way alleyway for our ingress and egress. And they're the ones who actually put up the one-way sign about 20 years ago and asked us and our residents to go around their building. Now, they're kind of going both ways. They said that we can only go one way in, but then we can't go out we can't go out through their area. So then, of course, the alley should be a two-way alley. They're concerned about our parking, but our parking is actually illegal marked parking spots on a public alleyway. And if you look at their handicap stall, it is most likely an illegal stall, even if it were on their own property, based on the slope. If you look at the slope of the alley, as you see from the topography of that, they have their this handicap parking on their property that is sufficient for their building. And to say that they will lose that is only because it's a public alleyway and we would want to turn, they are the ones who suggest us to turn it into a two-way street. And they are the ones who suggest us to offer them parking, which we are amenable to. And unfortunately, it seems like there was a miscommunication. I just wanted to clarify that about the alley. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing because I don't think I've done that, and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
I have some questions for staff. So, on this the alleyway, I can actually attest that Mr. Chang is correct. That was not always a one-way. My dentist was in there my whole life growing up, and it changed at some point in my teen years when I was driving. So, where does this alleyway, as a public amenity, a public property alleyway, end, and the dental plaza parking begin? Because it on the ground isn't defined.
So I was never able, I looked quite a bit into this, and I was never able to find where it is a public alley. What I was able to find in my research is that it's a private alley. I could not see that that this property was ever dedicated to the city. I looked on our atlas plats, and I also looked for any subdivisions surrounding the alley to see if it was ever dedicated to the city. As far as I can tell, it does not appear to be public. It appears to be private. As far as ownership, I can't speak for that, but it does not appear that the city owns it.
So in regards to ownership, they'll have to deal with that themselves as to who gets to divvy that up. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the issues. So, okay, I think that's my only question for you, Nanette. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions for, are there any other, excuse me, would anyone else like to comment on this proposal?
Yeah, I guess I can make a comment, kind of reflecting back what was said previously here. That alley is the one thing that is going to be causing, I think, a lot of discord, when they're trying to do something. I know right now we're just looking at changing RMF 35 to 45, which is a very, it's kind of premature to kind of say what they're going to build, but obviously Mr. Chang is anticipating building something on there that's going to go up to 45 feet. So I think that question of the alley is kind of a critical thing to resolve in my opinion.
Okay, do you think that it needs to be, do we think that that needs to be resolved before we can make a decision on the zoning? Or when it comes back, if it comes back for approval? I mean, I'm not sure it would have to come back for approval, actually. Probably wouldn't.
I'll just say that, I mean, I only live 2 streets away from this and been going to that dental complex all my life. So I'm really familiar with this. And I do think the issue of access, whether it's on this private alley or not, is the concerning issue for me. I am a little bit less hesitant about the density, knowing we're going 7 more units. Is that really that much? I was very concerned about increasing density for this mid-block because of the access, because they dump into this one-way loop around the dental complex. So they can work out these legal issues about the alley amongst themselves. I'm really concerned about though is access, and that it's different than what is now. And since we only have a concept, I can't really evaluate if increasing the density by 7 units can be success. I think it can be successfully handled, but I don't know what's going to happen because I don't see anything. So it is an issue for me, but it's not so much the alley. Let's just take the alley out of it and talk about how are we going to properly access and flow for this unit, and they can figure out their own legal issues about that part. So I don't know that, I feel like this rezone is still too premature in those questions for me to successfully think that this is appropriate increased density for that spot. I think that it's not, I think the RMF 45 isn't a bad zone. It's all around me too. So it's just a matter of, there's too many unanswered questions that could be negatively impacted. I don't think then meet the standard of amending the master plan amendment is the negative effects onto adjacent property owners. So I'm not really agreeing that that complies and that standard if we were voting on it today. So I do think the access is an issue.
So if I could speak up and clarify something about
Please do.
our process. So during this rezone review, our transportation department did have an opportunity to make a comment on the proposed rezone, and that's in the staff report. They will also have an opportunity before any construction is done on this building to review the proposed plans and to ensure that sufficient access is met on the site. So it's, while Planning Commission will not see this project again, if the property is redeveloped, our transportation department and the engineers in transportation will be reviewing before the building permit is approved if the redevelopment on the site happens. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Nanette. I think I have great respect for the transportation department, but I doubt they'll be reviewing that in relationship to the standards that we do. And so I don't know that they will be looking at any adverse effect to neighboring properties the way we have to as per the standards. So I don't know that leaving that up to transportation makes me feel warm and fuzzy, but I appreciate your distinctions.
And Commissioner Barry, I just wanted to mention, I know that they've been talking about pulling access from the alley, but this does have 175 feet plus frontage on a public street. And so they do have many different multiple places they could access the site from.
That's what I'm thinking too, John. But without something in front of me that really indicates that's what they're going to do, I don't.
But we're not approving a site plan, so we're just approving a zoning.
Right. So that's
just where a site plan is going to have to deal with the access, and the access is going to have to pass through the transportation review. So,
well, just I guess as of now, with the way it's laid before us, I don't think that it meets the amendment standard. I think it was, let me find it, because I scrolled above it. Amendment standard 3. I don't think it complies with that sufficiently.
Why don't you tell us what that is, Zoe?
The extent to which a proposed map amendment will affect adjacent properties, and that is solely because we don't have, I don't have enough information to weigh. So
good point.
Would that apply to any redevelopment of this parcel?
Yes.
I mean, they could not change the zoning and try to redevelop, and they would still have issues with alley access if that's what they propose to do.
Yeah, but then we don't have to review it, so it's not on us.
But I think that just means it's not necessarily something we need to consider. I think for our purposes, it's whether the additional building height and density is appropriate in this location, given the underlying master plan policy statements and the other considerations for adjacent properties in terms of land use.
Yeah, I think I just evaluate that differently than you, but I'm just coming to a different conclusion on that same line of thought than you are.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, commissioners, does anyone have any additional comments? I'm sorry, Mr. Chang. No.
That's all right. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, does anyone want to make a motion?
I will, if nobody pipes up. Let me find it. Okay. I'm reading them right now, so one moment, please. I don't quite understand how these are worded.
I guess the question is, Amy, are you making a motion to?
I want to make a motion not consistent with the staff recommendation, but it starts out with ulcerative colitis. Is that me? Sorry.
I think the second one is the denial.
Background stuff.
Right. You would read the not consistent with staff recommendation,
Yeah, but
and
it
then
just starts
you should
out
list which standard.
You have to actually.
It starts out with
standards for
additionally. I'm just going to strike additionally.
Before you do that, Amy, can we just take a little straw vote and see if there are others who, before we do that and then have to do another motion and and all of that? Are there other folks who are unhappy with this besides Amy? Anyone? Sorry, don't want to.
No, I'm very used to always being the only one who thinks a certain way, so it's fine. And I think it's appropriate to ask. I was taking silence as I should just do something.
Okay. So, would anyone like to make a positive motion on this one?
I'll make the motion. And I think that because neither one of them own the alley, that they're going to have to sort that out with whatever happens. So based on the findings listed in the staff report, this is funny. Okay, based on the findings listed in the staff report.
This is not a correct motion.
No, it's not.
Take the second one down.
Okay, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the proposed zoning map amendment as presented in PLN PCM 2020-01022.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Who was that?
Adrian.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Really came out weird. Okay. So I have a motion from Maureen and a second from Adrian to make a positive recommendation for the proposed zoning map amendment to the City Council. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
No.
Yes.
John? Adrian?
Yes.
Andres?
I will vote no.
Sarah?
Yes.
And Carolyn?
Agree.
Okay, this motion does pass 5-2. Thank you all so much for your time. Now we will move on to our final agenda item.
Madam Chair, I'm just moving everyone over. There's quite a group.
Okay, no problem. I need to read the thing. The final agenda item is the design review for the 150 South Main Street Apartments. It's case number PLN PCM 2021-00024, and we are going to be hearing from David Gilner.
Okay, good evening, Madam Chair. I will start sharing my screen momentarily. There we go. All right, so my presentation should be queued up now. This, as you noted, is PLN PCM 2021-00024, and it's for the 150 South Main Street Apartments, and it's a design review application. So, a couple project details. This project is in the D1 zoning district, the central business district, and design review is being requested for additional building height. In mid-block locations in the D1, buildings over 100 feet tall have to go through the design review process and obtain planning commission approval. So some factoids about the project: it's a 400 unit apartment building. 40 units of that, 10% will be affordable housing. The project is 31 stories. It's approximately 392 feet tall. That includes the elevator overruns and other appurtenances, so it tops out just under 400 feet. Mentioned it's the D1 zoning district. It would take place on 2 entire parcels. One of those at 144 South Main and the other at 156 in their entirety, and part of the parcel at 136 South Main. And I'll have a map in a moment to illustrate that. Project includes 8,400 square feet of retail space. A mid-block plaza and park amenity will be provided as far for privately owned but publicly accessible open spaces. And the park will be located on a new parking structure in the rear of the development. Here's a zoning map overview showing the parcels. The largest parcel outlined in yellow is the property at 144 South Main, where the Utah Theater, the now vacant Utah Theater sits. And the smaller parcel to the south has a number of small businesses that front on Main Street. Those 2 parcels are owned by the redevelopment agency of Salt Lake City. And this also, the section in orange outlined is the current parking garage for the Kearns building, which is located at 136 South Main, that property being owned by the applicant as well. And there'll be some lot line adjustments, and a new parking garage will be built in the rear of the development. Layout plan shows the existing Kearns building and gives you an idea. Here's the mid-block plaza being illustrated, and this would be the parking garage in the rear, and that park space will be located on the top deck of the parking garage. Also illustrates the retail space that will be fronting on Main Street and the basic layout of the site. This was just illustrating the different properties involved, and there will be lot line adjustments and a parcel consolidation that takes place at a staff level, not through planning commission action, to readjust the lines and have the parking garage be part of the site. Proposed design of the tower. This is looking from the northeast towards Main Street. This would be the Kearns building in the foreground. And you can see the different articulation and some of the step backs and other things that are intended to break up the massing of the building. Site context, this is a little bit of a pano view, so excuse the distortion, but this is the Utah Theater building. And then where Twisted Roots and there's a barber shop is the smaller parcel that would be part of this development. Again, a couple other street photos for the site context. Key considerations with this project were the request for additional building height and compatibility, and that relates to the design review standards in Chapter 21A59. this city policy and master plan compliance, we did look at a number of items. The downtown master plan does support the use. There's specific sections talking about walkability and uniting city and nature and providing additional open space in downtown areas. Also looked at Plan Salt Lake. And growing SLC 5-year housing plan. So there's support in the city policy and master plan documents for the development. The mid-block plaza / walkway and park space details, again, are privately owned but publicly accessible open space items. And we'll have some illustrations on those, and the applicant will talk a little bit more about those. And again, we look at the design review standards for how the development meets those standards. Here's a rendering from Main Street showing the design of the mid-block plaza and also the interface of the lobby entrance with kind of the Main Street area. One of the things that the design review was also addressing was this lobby entrance is set 10 feet back from the property line. The maximum on Main Street is 5 feet, but they were looking to delineate the private entrance away from the some of the Main Street commercial space. It's an overhead view of the plaza coming from Main Street and flowing through back to the parking garage in the rear where the park space would be accommodated. Park element, standard F in the design review standard speaks to the number of elements that must be included if privately owned public spaces are provided. And that's addressed more in the staff report, but this is the general design of the park on the parking structure in the rear. And so staff had, again, in our staff report concluded that the proposal generally meets the design review standards, and we're recommending that the Planning Commission approve the design review application with several conditions delegated to staff for verification during the building permit phase. Those include the compliance with street tree requirements, the lighting and sign requirements. We've included a condition that the signage must be provided for the mid-block plaza and park space indicating that they are open and accessible to the public. And final approval of the mid-block plaza, walkway, and park amenities must be in conformance with the standards for privately owned public spaces and delegated to staff. In your report, there are quite a number of public comments that were submitted on this. Also, several were passed along via Dropbox in the last day or so. And there's also in the staff report a letter from the Downtown Alliance. At the end of my presentation, I have entertain questions if you have any.
Does anyone have any questions for David?
I have a question for the plaza area. Is that just the lobby to the apartment building that's adjacent to it? So there's no right in there. So is there any commercial use that's adjacent to that plaza?
I believe you should have the slide up with the front of the building, and the commercial space is here on the south of the main entrance lobby, fronting on Main Street.
Any other questions for David? Now, David, there are a number of people here who are concerned about the Utah Theater, Pandanus Theater, and but this approval is strictly about the design review of the proposal. Is that correct?
Correct, and Paul may further weigh in on that. if he's on the meeting, but the project itself is here for the design review approval.
And the design review has to do with several issues that you raised, like the height of the building and the setback and
Massing and scale.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So it does not have to do with the potential demolition of the Plantagenets Theater. And
Correct.
right. So Paul, did you want to say something about that?
No, I'm just
issue?
here to confirm what David said. If you had any questions for me about that, he is correct that your review is limited to the design review issues. I know that there are a lot of ancillary comments. Those don't factor into the commission's decision.
Correct. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public, and I know there are many people who wish to speak, and I'm certainly going to allow everyone to speak who wants to speak, but to let you know that the commission's purview is limited to discussing whether or not the design review of this project has been correctly assessed by the planning staff, and also in addition, and whether or not the applicant's ideas about the setbacks and so forth are something we can accept. So I'm going to go on to have the applicant make a presentation now, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me see if I can share my screen. I'm not sure that's going to let me. David, I may need to.
I'm sorry, who's, okay, great.
This is Dusty Harris speaking.
Thanks,
If I
Dusty.
could-
Just a moment,
No problem, thank you.
my WebEx is actually frozen.
Okay, and I have your slides available, Dusty, if you need me to share them.
Okay,
I'm just
let's
gonna
see
give
if
it
I
like
can-
a hot second here.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. It is frozen. I may just leave the meeting
If
and come
it's
back in.
not one thing, it's another. So David,
Maybe if you're able to do it, if you already have access, maybe you could put my slides up, if you could be so kind.
Yep, one sec, I'll queue those up right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Apologies.
No problem. This will work fine. And we don't have many slides. It's late, and we want to make sure that we're sensitive to time, public comments, and questions from the Planning Commission. So what we did want to do briefly, if we could, is just ensure that we establish credibility with you all. This is the first time Heinz has been in front of the Planning Commission in Salt Lake City. So I just wanted to take just a brief moment on that. Heinz is an international real estate investment and development firm with 64 years of experience. We operate in 240 cities and 27 countries around the world. To date, Heinz has completed 35 million square feet of residential projects, and we have another 35 million feet currently underway. Heinz provides significant resources to us locally, but we operate our business at a very local level. For instance, I've lived in Salt Lake City for 15 years, and I'm a graduate of the University of Utah. And we take pride at Heinz in building great places in the communities in which we live and work. And we think what we've proposed here is one of those. Just very quickly, if I could, I just wanted to flip through a few pictures of some of the buildings that represent the skill set that our firm brings to this particular project. So David, if you wouldn't mind, we could just flip through the next three and maybe just pause a couple of seconds on each, just to give a sense for some of the projects that we've completed.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk a lot. We'll move briefly to get to comments, but we just wanted to show some pictures. You can go to the next one if you wouldn't mind, David. And then go ahead to the last one in San Francisco. So I think it's worth noting, if you go to the next slide, if you wouldn't mind, David. Thank you. I would like to note that Heinz has been an investor in Salt Lake City for 33 years now, beginning with the purchase of the Kearns building on Main, which actually sits door to the project that we're talking about tonight. In fact, at the Kearns building, we recently invested an additional $25 million into this project to preserve the historic legacy of this building, because we recognize that it could be reasonably preserved. Go to the next one, please, David. I just want to show you a couple more pictures. This is a new addition to the building lobby that we added that uses similar historic materials and then highlights the work of the local art community, which we hung on the walls. Next. On the second floor, we built a new deck to provide some outdoor space and hired a local artist to paint this mural. And quite excited about this, and the tenant community has been quite excited about it as well. So obviously not the project we're talking about, but we wanted to give you a sense for the historic preservation work that we have done in Salt Lake City. So if you go to the final slide, if you would, David. As I mentioned, just next door to the Kearns building is this project for your consideration tonight. We're happy to answer any questions, and we'd love to have the opportunity to respond at the end of the public comment period, if time permitting. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your brevity at this point. So are there any questions for the applicant at this point? So I see none, so we will go ahead and move to the public hearing. If you would wish to speak on this issue, you will need to push the little hand button that is under the participants list or attendees list. If you push on that to begin with, on the side, that's the sidebar on the right side of your screen. If you push on that, then we will know that you wish to speak.
Great.
Is there anyone representing the Downtown Alliance? Would it be Downtown Alliance?
The application would have been sent to both the Downtown Community Council and the Downtown Alliance. The Downtown Alliance did provide a letter. We did not get any comments from the Downtown Community Council.
And we don't have a representative from them that we know of. Okay.
Not that I can see online.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just want to say to everyone who wants to speak today, we're happy to take your comments. I know that there are many concerns that you have. We're especially interested if you have comments about the design and the design review, but we will take any comments. And also that you have 2 minutes, and that will be strictly, because we have a lot of people who want to speak, we will strictly be strictly following that. So go ahead.
All right, with further ado, we'll start with Anna Coltrane. Anna?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I just want to speak about the Pantages Theater downtown that will be destroyed by this development from Hines. Along with many issues I have with it, a big issue I have with it is the environmental impact. They're talking about tearing down almost an entire block of small businesses, which after the last year, haven't we learned that small businesses are key to our city's survival? And they want to tear them all down. And the city hasn't even taken into account how much environmental damage tearing down almost an entire block will do. Not to mention all the smog clouds we already have that this will add to. And then you want to put up a giant building that goes 40 feet above the 2 buildings it's in between, including the beautiful architecture of the Kearns building. It just doesn't make any sense. And then you add on top of that all the dirty money that Hines has given to our city council, our RDA, our city mayor. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we're not going to let it happen. And I really appreciate everyone here taking our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next hand up, Darby McDonough.
Hi there, sorry.
Darby.
Unmute. Hi.
There you go.
Hi.
Please
Hi,
give your
so-
comment.
Thanks for staying late to hear our comments tonight. I just want to voice my opinion that I strongly oppose the approval of this development pitch and ask you to do the same. The proposal assumes the demolition of the Utah Theater, and Hines is clearly able to do magnificent things with real estate development all over the world, including preserving historic Italian properties, which means they could obviously use their design skills and architectural expertise to do the same for the Utah Theater. I've seen combination plans floating out there where the theater is saved and a high-rise is built, some combination of architectural design. I know they've got the skills to do it. I don't know why they're not. I think you should not approve this design because it assumes demolition of the Utah Theater, negating the viability of the design review. I would also like to request if we could see or have somebody read the Downtown Alliance letter. I'm just curious to know if that might be possible in tonight's meeting, or if you could maybe share a link for us to read what they wrote. I have no idea what their comments were. Thank you for your time.
The Downtown Alliance letter is included in the packet that is available publicly.
Great.
If you go to this planning site.
Was it in the link
sure.
for tonight's meeting? The same link as tonight's meeting?
Yes. No, the tonight's meeting link is just the agenda.
Oh,
You'll
okay.
have to look at further documents. There's more documents. So
Thank
have
you.
to do that.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Donna Lyman? Donna?
Hi. I wanted to give you a visitor's perspective because I'm sure you're aware that you have so many visitors that love Salt Lake City. I'm an occasional visitor, not a resident, and I enjoy the historic architecture of Salt Lake. And I really encourage you to keep Salt Lake historic and unique rather than these skyscrapers 400 feet high. Your skyline is going to be less unique. Once upon a time, it was so unique with the temple there. Now we're getting high rises. I really would like to encourage the Planning Commission to find a better solution for both sides, for a great developer and to keep the historic stuff that's already there. So please put your shoulders to the wheel and let's get a good deal going on for this Salt Lake City downtown area. And I really thank you for taking the time to listen to me and consider a visitor's point of view.
Thank you. Where are you from, Miss Lyman?
I'm in Bakersfield, California.
Oh,
not too far away from you. I do feel the earthquakes when you have them rattling and rolling.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jared West, you're unmuted.
Hi. Yeah, thank you again for taking our calls and emails and hearing us. Currently I'm working on renovating my house, 1923 bungalow, and we spent hours and hours preserving and adding character. And in the design process, I just feel like with what is proposed from Hines and the impressive stats that Mr. Harris stated about the Hines company, I'm sure they have the resources and money to incorporate adaptive reuse. The commission to please help save this piece of our history by requiring Hines to incorporate the Pantages Theater in the design of their building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mute. Kelsey Moss, you are unmuted, Kelsey.
Hello, and thank you, everybody. Commissioners and planning staff, I really appreciate your time tonight. I am here as a representative of the nonprofit Preservation Utah, and we do understand that the session is specifically regarding the site of the Utah Theater for design review of the new proposed building. And we simply want to state our disappointment and frustration with the city's actions. We are profoundly sad that the city is allowing such a vibrant and unique architectural space in the heart of the downtown to be demolished. We urge the commission to not take for granted Salt Lake City's historic built environment for buildings both great and small. Once it's gone, it can never be replaced. Thank you again for your service and your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Matt Lambros. Matt, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm here as a representative of the Theater Historical Society of America. I would also like to state my disappointment in the fact that the theater is being torn down as part of this project. I I've photographed and visited hundreds of theaters across the country, some that were brought back from way worse than what the Pantages is right now, and some that were brought back and incorporated into a new building and aren't used as a theater anymore, but they kept the original architecture. And if the theater cannot be saved, I also encourage Hines to redesign their proposal and incorporate the architecture of the theater into the new building. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Pitcher,
Thank you for
you're unmuted.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing out the public. I, under God, would like to stand with the just and let it be known this theater should not be torn down. If they must build a high-rise over the theater, let it be. I grew up in Park City, Utah. I worked in the Eccles Theater. I came down to Salt Lake after high school, and I worked with the poor. I worked in theaters across the valley in Highland, in Rose Park, and we need theater space here. This is not just about the architecture or the character. This is about, we need this space. And I would also like you to know that I am the grandson. We talked about Liberty Wells and Liberty Park. I would like Erin Mendenhall to know I am her neighbor. My grandparents were the builders of the Chase home and the Chase Mill in the middle of Liberty Park. That building still stands today, and it is used by a very, very diverse group of people. That is one of the oldest buildings in this valley. We must come together and save this structure because I know that there is a community need for this space. So please put me on record that I spoke and that this theater must be saved.
Thank you very much.
Nathan Starley, you're unmuted, Nathan.
Hi, thanks for having me. Let's see, I'm just looking at my notes here real quick, sorry.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, well, first of all, thanks for your time. And that the Pantages Theater absolutely needs to be saved from destruction. At the very least, we strongly feel that this historical building needs to have adaptive reuse within the new developers' designs. And that's probably the biggest thing I want to talk about is that we need to look at adaptive reuse with that, with the new design plans on that. And that's really what I wanted to say is I think we just need to see new design plans, incorporate the building. It's a beautiful building. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to take a look and see what that can look like restored. And I know that with Hines, they can definitely look at incorporating that into the new plans. So that's a really important part of our city, and I think it's a really important part of any great city is keeping the history and the integrity of the history. And I think that we can, and we absolutely must keep the Pantages building. So I do encourage everybody on this call to take a look at the Save the Pantages page and take a look and see what these buildings can look like that are saved, because that makes all the difference in the world. It's beautiful, and I strongly encourage that. And like I said, it's really, really important and dear to us in the city. So I encourage Hines to take a look at that and incorporate that into the new plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Kulda. Paul, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you all for taking the time to hear my comment. I first want to mention that I don't really understand the point of having a park on top of a parking structure. I think it's a nice idea, but I question how much the broader community would be able to use that. I think that finding some way to fit in some green space at street level might be a better use of the city's resource and Hines resources. I also want to say that ultimately, at the end of the day, along with many who have spoken, I think that tearing down this theater is unnecessary. I think that while Salt Lake City absolutely does need more housing, I think that really the best of both worlds would be some version in which the project is modified to allow for housing to be built in place of the parking garage and preserve the theater itself. I really don't see the point in building a 5-story parking garage for apartments that are immediately adjacent to high quality transit, namely the TRAX line that runs on Main Street. I don't think that that is the best use of the land that the city is apparently going to give away. So I would ask that the Planning Commission really consider, I know this is late stage, some sort of revamp of the situation to better use the land to both provide desperately needed housing and preserve the theater that ultimately gives character to this city and is one of the things that makes Salt Lake City a worthwhile place to live in. So that's probably about 2 minutes. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Robert Stefanik, you're unmuted. Robert?
Hello?
Yes, Robert,
Yes, we
you're
can hear you.
unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Uh-oh. No. Uh-oh. Can you,
Ro-
anybody?
Robert, we can hear you. Please go ahead if you can hear us.
My work internet decided to freeze right at the wrong time.
Oh, okay. Well, we can still hear you.
Okay. So, okay, now you can, okay, sorry about that. Let me calm down for a second. Now my freak out's over.
Okay.
I am with Saving the Theater. I know we need housing, but we have multiple parking. This doesn't even need to be built right where it says. We could see the theater needs to be saved. A revamp of the idea can work. But honestly, I think this building that Heinz wants to build can be built somewhere else. We have a parking lot that they own next to the Kearns. There's another parking lot right next to the Little America that they can use. There's lots all around the city. I don't see tearing down a historic 100-year-old theater. Well, it won't benefit anybody. We need theater space for the arts, for people who want a safe space. It's one of the oldest career safe space in all of Utah, and that's history we cannot replace once it's destroyed. I'm originally from New York. Their skyline was boring. This skyline in Salt Lake is so unique and so wonderful. Why would we want to destroy that? So thank you for taking your time to hear me. Thank you for the time to listen to the community, and I hope you make the right decision today.
Thank you.
Sean Bynum?
Hello?
Yes, you're
go
unmuted,
ahead.
sir.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, so my message to you guys, thank you for letting me speak. You know, right in that intersection right there, we have a really unique opportunity to build something great. There's currently 2 theaters. We have the Eccles Theater and we have the Capitol Theater. Multiple art galleries. There's actually a college right there, like a technical school. I think that if we were able to save the theater, you know, we could potentially in the future have an amazing arts district. You go to San Francisco, you go to Chicago, you know, you're surrounded by amazing districts throughout the cities, like Little Italy's, Chinatowns. And I'm from the East as well. And that's something that I do love Utah, but that's so shocking to me is that, you know, the entire valley has been whitewashed and there's no cultural hubs. Especially with being right next to Temple Square, you know, it sees millions of visitors every single year. I think that if instead that theater were saved and there was an arts district incorporated, that could be a huge boost to the economy. That could be, you know, add to tourism. I also, another thing I would like to note is that there's a shop there called Twisted Roots. What are what's going to be the plan as far as relocating those people, because it's one of the very few Black-owned businesses we have in Salt Lake City. So to me, it's very offensive that a billionaire is coming in, taking out the culture, taking out the Black-owned businesses, to put another skyscraper, especially when there's multiple vacant parking lots. If you actually look at that master plan that you guys had shared, So the plot of land that would be required to build the skyscraper, just north on that exact same block, it could fit in that exact same parking lot. And so I have nothing against them building this
That's
building.
fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Michaela, you're muted.
Oh, Tamara, I have unmuted you and myself. You can speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I am a descendant of the initial settlers of Utah, particularly the Chase Farm, and the Liberty Park is my ancestral property. And one of the things that I value so much is just the evolvement of our history of this state. And especially of Salt Lake City. My grandparents grew up there, met each other, married there. This was part of their life experience as well. And when we consider development, it's just so sad for me to see beautiful handcraftmanship and workmanship that is being disregarded and just tossed aside for something that is modern and maybe meets some of the high density housing needs, but definitely disregards other important aspects of humanity and living our life. From my understanding, this property was acquired by the city with the intent to restore it, and that the city is now disregarding that initial agreement to give it to a developer for high density housing, with them not even considering what the potential is for integrating of design in housing and in maintaining this property. It's just disappointing that the city and the council does not consider that and is constantly disregarding the public's voice in the need for this kind of maintaining of our history and of our culture here, and would love to see more partnership in that instead of disregard for our voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I am just going back to the list. Emily Bourne. We did not call on you, Emily. Emily, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I would just like to echo what's been said. I really appreciate the comments from people from back east in Chicago and California that have seen historic districts restored and benefiting cities. I don't know if any of you have been overseas, but the big European cities haven't been around for thousands of years because they tear down buildings every 100 years. They preserve things. They keep their old buildings, the buildings that will last for generations. And that's what makes them special. So this building that's been proposed by Hines is a monstrosity, and it can be built anywhere. We should be preserving the historic theater. Thank you.
Thank you. I see
Casey McDonough.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Casey, you're unmuted.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yes, we
can.
can.
Perfect. So I understand that the comment you made about speaking to the design of this building, and I think I understand, your role in this. And part of my understanding is that you guys are another checks and balance in our system. The design of the building is just as arguably doesn't meet the design standard. The height exception is in your power to deny. You do have control over this property and this deal in this regard. You can listen to the constituency. You're appointed by the mayor, the person we elected to represent us. And I think you guys have the power to deny things like this outside of simple design questions. You've surely seen all our demand letters. There's even constitutional issues related to zoning and the city thinking that you can make zoning changes. The theater has simply brought to light a bunch of, we'll say, unintended or unforeseen consequences of maybe us developing too quickly, of us moving too fast. And on the design, it's not a mid-block walkway. It was presented to the city that way, to the people. It's not a park. They say it's a park. They consistently say it's a park. It is not. It has never been, those spaces aren't taken into account in our park studies. That's how it was marketed to the people. They're giving away our tax dollars to the developer to make money. When you sum it all up with the tax increment credits, we're actually paying them to take the property and destroy it. It's in the master plan. You have control over master plan issues. You can deny it because it doesn't meet the intent of the master plan. To strip pieces of the building and consider that repurposing is a far cry from what I'm sure you would find if you looked at the public comments that came up with that specific text in the master plan. I have no doubt that no one said repurpose means tear it down and put some of the pieces in a new building. I appreciate what you guys do, and I appreciate you listening to all our comments. Please listen to the constituents. You are a representative of us because you're appointed by the mayor. Do what's right for the city and what everyone's telling you to do. We on the street, 99 out of 100 people from all points of the globe tell us
Thank you.
that
That's
they want
time.
the theater saved. Thanks, guys.
BL. That's all I have. Our initials BL. You're unmuted.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Bethany Layton, and I am a resident of Sugar House. And I believe that saving and preserving the Pantages Theater is incredibly important to our city. The theater has incredible, unique features that were created from hundreds of hours put in by skilled craftsmen. And can you imagine if the Pantheon had been torn down, or the Vatican or the Louvre had not been restored? Where would we have been able to enjoy these historical buildings? From personal experience, I lived in the Middle East in Amman, Jordan for 5 years. And the sheer incredibleness of the history and architecture in that city is just absolutely amazing. The Temple of Hercules, the Roman Theater, Petra, and Utah is no different. We have these gems that are hidden within our city. And imagine if we didn't invest in the renovation of Capitol Theater back in the day, how many of us wouldn't have the memories growing up seeing the ballet there? I think it would be a terrible decision for our future community and families if we destroyed the theater. And we need to invest in our history and architecture and honor the treasure that is the Pantages Theater. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments.
Angie Jamrose, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Angie with the Nicole Curtis team of Detroit. We 1,000,000,000% do not support this design, and we do not support the demo of the Utah Pantages Theater. It's an irreplaceable treasure, a piece of history, and we are asking the mayor and the city to please, please stop the demo of this beautiful treasure and stop these plans. Please do not approve these plans and allow this beautiful piece of history to be restored. I know Nicole's going to want to speak shortly as well, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alexa Williamson, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm a resident of downtown Salt Lake City for 7 years. I've lived in Utah all my life. And one thing I love about this city I live in is getting to experience all of the rich history that has been preserved, especially when it includes beautiful works of architecture. I think it would be a huge shame to lose out on one of Salt Lake City's most beautiful hidden historic gems. The citizens and visitors of the city deserve to be able to experience and enjoy this magnificent example of our city's history. I also take issue with the fact that these small businesses have been pillars of our community for many, many years, and we're okay with kicking them out and displacing them. Also, I would say that Salt Lake City is going against their own downtown master plan, which says to repurpose the Utah Theater as a cultural facility and activity generator. And I wouldn't really call this design a cultural facility and activity generator. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. H.I. Hine, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Hannah Lori Hine. I am a resident of Boise, Idaho. I work professionally as a historian, and I appreciate everyone's comments about to tear down the theater and replace it with a new build. From my experience living in Boise, Idaho, we have a fantastic historic theater right in our downtown corridor called the Egyptian Theater. It was scheduled for demolition in the 1970s after the city had torn down more than 75 buildings in the course of a few short years. And this was the building that brought a halt to the demolition ball. And today it serves as an absolutely critical piece of the built environment in our downtown corridor and sees everything from, film festival showings to premieres. And it was built in 1927 in the same era as the theater in question in Salt Lake City. And you cannot replace historic buildings once they are lost. And as stewards of your city's built environment, I would encourage you to preserve the building. Thank you.
Jennifer Kilpack?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't think I could speak any more eloquently than many of the people before me. They've all made really wonderful points. What I'd like to speak to is the disappointment that I was under the impression that the city was going to preserve the theater. It was a big shock to me to find out that they had not only weren't going to preserve it, but that they had basically given it away to be destroyed. I can speak from a pedestrian point of view. I did not have a car until I was 28 years old, and I've walked the downtown streets as a pedestrian for many years before I was a driver. And I really became affected by the energy of buildings as I would pass by. And I've been noticing a really disturbing trend in recent years in the building downtown. The buildings are, the energy that are coming off the buildings from a pedestrian point of view have been really unpleasant. There's been comments at the beginning of this presentation that this was supposed to be a pedestrian-friendly building, but I can tell you as a pedestrian, the energy would just be sucked right out of you as you pass by. I know that sounds very woo-woo and you probably don't understand it. I'm just telling you from my personal point of view. So I also would love to save this theater. I went to it as a child. I've lived in Utah all my life. I'm a 52-year-long resident of Salt Lake City, and I'd like to see this theater preserved. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Nicole Curtis? You're unmuted, Nicole?
Hello. Yes, this is Nicole Curtis. I just wanted to say that I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people tonight, and also in support of Save the Utah Pantages organization. Madam Chair, I do just want to address something real quickly. You're saying that you're not going to talk about the demolition of this. You're simply doing a plan review. But please, let me point out, none of these plans can go into existence without the fact that you are allowing the demolition of this building. You're allowing the demolition of about 100,000 square feet of building, which means you are all voting for all of this to go into a landfill. So let's make no mistake that you're not just reviewing plans. You are, by approving plans, approving the demolition. And all of you on all of your pages, on all of your platforms have been all about eco-conscious awareness in Salt Lake City. Bike paths, green spaces, green buildings. And this is anything but green. This is an atrocity. You're not following any standard procedure. The Salt Lake City Council bought this building under the guise that they would be using taxpayer funds to buy it, to restore it. And now all of you have handed this over to a developer with a promise of a public bush and a little walk around. Let's make no joke that this is simply you guys feeding into development. And this is not something you need. You are voting to demo the history. There is definitely a use for this building. I have seen this building. Some consider me an expert because I have 25 years in this field. There is no reason that you are not finding another use for this building. There is no reason why you are not demanding that the developer find another use for this building and leave it. Because guess what? The greenest building is the one still standing. So all of you, city council, mayor, all of you on this planning commission, don't you dare say one more thing about being about green, about eco-conscious for Salt Lake City. It is all hypocritical. This is no demo is green. None. No demo is green. The greenest building is the one left standing.
Thank you. That's time.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking for any other hands.
I do have several emails to read into the record as well.
Okay. I don't see any new hands up. So go ahead and read and I'll double check my list as well.
Okay, I made a list as well, Michaela, but it looked like I think we got all of them, but let me read these quickly. And this is an email from Oscar Arvizu. I'm going to misspell your name, I apologize, Arvizu. He states, I wanted to express my extreme concern, frustration, and sadness of hearing that there is a plan to destroy the beautiful and historic Utah Pantages Theater and replace them with more condos and apartments. As an admirer of our local history and the arts, hearing this is immensely disappointed, and I believe a great disservice to our state and local history. It's not just another theater, but one of the most amazing theaters in the country. Utah's already behind in the arts compared to other major cities in the world. Yes, we have beautiful mountains, but only a handful of historic original buildings, especially that support the arts. The benefit for the locals is nothing compared to what they're losing: a park on top of a parking lot, a small easement, affordable housing for a few units that might expire, all vague details and plans that keep shrinking every time. And while giving the theater away basically for free, it sounds so absurd and shameful. Why do we have to destroy our history, and beautiful one at that we will never again see built in the city? Salt Lake City has already lost so many beautiful historic buildings to shady deals that don't benefit the taxpayers. With all my heart, I implore you to please save our history and add to the arts of our state and local government instead of just some more generic condos that will be outdated in 10 years. That's from Oscar. Taxpayer, 25-year resident and admirer of history and art. The next one is from Gina Quigley. She says, why is this beautiful theater being torn down when people want to restore it? What is wrong with people? The next one is from Angie Starr. She says, I do not support the demolition of the Utah Pantages Theater at 144 South Main Street. The theater is an irreplaceable piece of history. It is a treasure that must be saved. Please do not let the city destroy this treasure. Angie Starr. The next is from Shane Franz. He says, my comments are, we disagree with the proposed height and setback. I'm a systems engineer, and this building is patently out of place with the harmony and tone of the surrounding buildings. In addition, we need historic spaces that provide a draw to downtown. The block needs to be pubs and restaurants and shopping and nightlife. There are many places the proposed building could be built, including the 6 South off-ramp of the freeway. This is a raw deal that appears steeped in corruption. We need to save our historic theater. Michael Valentine and his group Save the Pantages have arranged for a $1 million historic theater organ to be donated already. The citizens support saving the building and the arts. What is proposed and can be found everywhere, and what will be demolished is one-of-a-kind treasure that will be lost forever. I am vehemently opposed to this Heinz project. Thank you, Shane Franz, proud historic spaces supporter and restorer of the Salt Lake City historic properties. This is from Sharon Franz. I strongly oppose the demolition of the Pantages Theater. I want to echo my husband's comments. Salt Lake City is becoming the city of high-rise apartment buildings. The last thing we need is another apartment building to the sky. We need to hold on to what makes this city special: historic buildings, the arts, and our diverse city vibe. Our Pantages Theater is a part of our city that should be cherished. It will be a place where people of all backgrounds can come together and appreciate all aspects of theater, film, and art. Heinz and LaSalle can build anywhere. Thank you, Sharon. Let's see, this is, okay, Chloe Monson. I just wanted to send an email for my public comment since I'm having problems getting through on the web call. I'm a descendant of Brigham Young, and my family has been here for a long, long time. I feel hurt that this piece of Salt Lake City history is being talked about being torn down for something so dismal, so bland, something that could go somewhere else. Something that I'm sure I won't be able to afford to live in. I feel hurt that other businesses that have been there since I was a kid will be kicked out along with the theater. I feel more hurt the more I learn about how Heinz got this deal with the theater. I'm not interested in my city blending in with all the other major cities in the US with bland architecture and condos upon apartments upon condos. Salt Lake has heart, and it is losing it so fast. I feel like I'm already being pushed out of a place that I've lived my entire life, even though I never imagined living. I wish we could live in a world where the theater could stay, where Salt Lake would better protect the things that make it special, but it's hard to keep any faith here. Thank you. And that is the last emailed comment that I have.
Madam Chair, I have Alexis. I don't believe I called on you, Alexis.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. I'm a Utah resident, lifelong Utah resident. I actually live down in Provo. My family's been very involved in historic preservation here. And I just wanted to share a quick thought. In the 90s, the Brigham Young Academy, which is currently the Provo Library, was set for destruction. There were bulldozers on site. The city said it was too expensive to fix. They had excuses from asbestos to being structurally unsound, too much mouse poop, they said. The fire department said if it burned, they would let it burn. And during this very public battle, the mayor even gave tours of it just to discourage people from wanting to preserve it. And my dad, who was a member of the Landmarks Commission, went and he said it was in really rough shape. But the preservationists, they persevered. The city was sued. Elderly women donated from their retirements, and the library was saved. And it's difficult to articulate how deeply this building touches the community. It's a true public gathering spot. It's hosted everything from voting to creative workshops, weddings. Utah Fashion Week started there. And now the city, I think on TripAdvisor, it's like our #1, and the city is constantly talking about how wonderful it is. But, it was kind of in spite of the city's best efforts that it exists instead of because of it. And it would be wonderful to see Utah government, regardless of the city, but especially in our state capital, really putting their weight of their energy and effort into helping preserve our history rather than actively fighting against it, which is what seems like happens most of the time. So I really would support, preserving this theater and your reconsideration of this deal. Like many people have pointed out, there are a lot of locations we can build high density housing, which for sure is a need we have in this state. But we can tread carefully and preserve both. This can be a win-win situation for the community, for the developers, for the city government. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have Peter Moosman. Let me just scroll back down to you. You are unmuted, Peter.
All right. Hey, thank you, everybody. My name is Peter Mosman. I'm actually outside of the theater today right now with a handful of people. And a few comments back, someone was talking about the pedestrian view, and I just wanted to speak to that a little bit. I live about a block and a half away from the theater, and walking down specifically this block of Main Street, there's something magical about it. With the small storefronts, and I can just imagine this new building going in and really negatively impacting that view. So I just wanted to urge you all to vote against the demolition of this theater. Also, I don't know if it's okay, but there is an individual here with me that would also like to share a quick word.
Yes, my name is Crystal. I have lived in Salt Lake City the majority of my life, within Utah, the majority and complete of my life. I have seen...
Kristen, what is your last name, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The last name is Green.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have seen how beautiful this theater is. I can see the potential in saving it, and I can see this as being a golden opportunity to bring the people of this city together to preserve something that will never be seen again. We don't create architecture like this anymore. And I feel like it would be almost a complete dishonor to our forebearers to destroy the beautiful work that they put into this building for something that really could be built somewhere else. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have more hands coming up.
Okay.
Just a moment. Dawn Borchardt. You are unmuted, Dawn.
Hi, thank you. So I'm a Salt Lake City resident, and I wanted to oppose the demolition of the theater, like everyone else. I think that Utah is known for mountains, the LDS Church, and the Sundance Film Festival. And the reason why we're known for Sundance is because film is really important to our culture. Art is important, it's a part of our livelihoods, provides inspiration for people, hope, gathering, and especially after this really difficult year, I think that we've all turned to film in one way or another to heal or escape everything that's going on around us. But these historic theaters are also a place for us to come together and experience something. And I've worked at historic theaters across the country. I work for film festivals, and these places are hubs of theaters, hubs of cities. These theaters are integral to the culture of these cities. And I think that would be a really big shame to get rid of it. And new theaters honestly cannot fill the void that a historic theater like this has right now. And that's all.
Thanks for your comments.
Just double checking. Yes, Ryan Sawtell. Ryan, you're unmuted.
I'm on right now.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Through a Freedom of Information Act, I saw an email from the developer to you folks, if I'm not mistaken, suggesting that the purchase and sales agreement go through before there's any public outcry. Am I allowed to ask a question? Is that correct?
You can ask the question, and we may or may wait. We will discuss it after the public hearing.
Okay. I suppose that's convenient because you don't have to discuss that after the public hearing, but there is an email. We did access it through the Freedom of Information Act, but that seems a little shady to me. I think it would seem a little shady to others who live in this great city that kind of dialogue is being utilized between developers and the city council as opposed to the fact that it should be all open without such barriers for the people to understand what's happening, would only lead me to believe that things are a little bit nefarious going on than they should be. I don't know if you guys are concerned about liability. I don't know if there is any liability going on there that the taxpayers will end up having to pay for due to lawsuits and such things because of the way that this was handled. If it's going to be handled like that, do you think it should be handled in a better way, more, in a more public forum than it is being, or than it was going down at the time of that email? I don't know if I have anything more to say, but I think it's something that's should definitely be touched upon and thought about before moving forward here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know where it's at. Sorry.
Just looking through the names in case another hand has come up.
It might help us to move forward if those of you who have already spoken can hit the little hand button again and
Yes.
take your hand off. Thank you. That helps a lot. Okay.
We have everyone, Madam Chair.
Do we hear from Peter Moosman?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm keeping a list to make sure.
All right.
That's
Thank
it.
you all. Thank you for doing that, everybody. And thank you for all of your comments. And hearing no more comments, I am going to go ahead and close the public meeting and bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion.
Raise your hand. Madam Chair, may we have the opportunity to speak?
I have 3 or 4 specific questions for you, but I think that, let's see what the Planning Commission also, if they have questions for you as well. Hang on, just maybe, yes, probably. Commissioners, what say you? Okay,
I think in my
I'll go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, I think in my view, I think your 3 questions that you have should suffice.
Okay. So I have a question. The first question I have is um, related to some comments that insist that the Heinz Company has incredible skills and could probably consider incorporating the theater into the building. So you want to speak to that issue?
Madam Chair, my name is Bruce Beard. I'm co-counsel for the project. The simple answer to that is Heinz has evaluated the costs of the alternatives, the restoration, which frankly isn't an issue, as you yourself pointed out tonight. But Heinz has evaluated the cost of building over, around, and through the facility, and it simply is uneconomic. This facility hasn't been used in nearly 30 years. It's in horrible condition. It would cost a literal fortune to restore. On the other hand, Heinz is planning on preserving some of the elements as much as they can. The skylight, for example, anything that is salvageable, Heinz intends to use as a design element. But in terms of doing the building and preserving it and building over it, sort of like Grand Central Station in New York, it simply doesn't work economically. It doesn't work from an engineering standpoint. It doesn't work from a logistics standpoint. It doesn't from a parking standpoint. It doesn't work from an amenitization standpoint, and it doesn't work from the RDA agreement standpoint.
Can you clarify that last statement?
Well, the RDA agreement doesn't contemplate that. The RDA details what's going to be in it in the 2018 report from the RDA. So it's just not functional. 2018-19 report. And
okay.
Go ahead.
So there, have you seen the proposal that is called Save the Pantages that has a building built on top of it?
Yes, we've of course seen it. It's in the real world, it's what I would call fantasy land. Heinz has of course looked at it. It's very easy to throw pictures on screen, but until you do the engineering and the costing, it won't work. If you simply look at the numbers, even the numbers that I've seen on the so-called trespassing documentary today, some $59 million, for example, for the facility in Philadelphia, if I recall correctly. Money simply doesn't fall out of skies to build $59 million worth of units like this. The project is not, contrary to representations earlier, the project is not at the moment planning on, it's not pro forma based off of TIF. I mean, there may be TIF later, but it's not pro forma based off of that. So the design simply doesn't function in the real world for economic sense. And again, I don't, as I was listening to the comments and reviewing the hundreds of comments in the staff report, I kept attachment E to the staff report next to me, which was the design standards. And the only thing I heard was and read was about 3 comments related to the design standards. 2 people didn't like the pedestrian view impact. One called it a monstrosity, one called it an atrocity. 2 people said it was just too tall, but it's not the tallest building in the area and not the tallest building that's going to be built in the near future. So I did not hear any comments essentially at all detailing any basis under the design review standards. And by the way, I think your staff did the city planning staff did a phenomenal job on the detailed analysis of 21A 59050. And I heard absolutely no comments that contradicted that. Of the 30 comments, and I took detailed notes, 27 of them were save the Pantages. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. I have one more question, and that is there were a number of comments that referenced the the pedestrian feel, the liveliness of Main Street, and I would ask you to address how you think this building contributes to that.
Well, first, I think you can take a look at the buildings that are similar to it in the nearby area. You've got the Wells Fargo Tower, you've got 222, you've got 111. You have all of those buildings, and this building is very analogous to the street flow of those buildings. It's been designed sensitively for that. It has the mid-block walkway, which gives an additional pedestrian level feel. It'll have public art at that location. It will do everything to replicate those buildings. Now, those uses that are in there currently, the small stores, they're operating essentially, as my understanding, at zero rent under the RDA. So at market rent, which somebody would have to charge even without restoring the building, those little businesses would not succeed unless heavily subsidized, and there's just simply no subsidy available for them. It's simply not going to function. And this building does add people on the street. And I think we all know that the key to a lively downtown is to have feet on the ground. This building will allow, we can all notice the difference over the last 10 years of how Main Street feels differently with the apartments and the other buildings nearby. Main Street is alive now, and it's alive because of businesses and residences in the nearby area that make it feel alive and make it feel like a downtown. And you're not going to restore this theater where it's located. What the interesting part is the stage part of this theater is set, as you know, several hundred feet off of Main Street. So there really isn't any Main Street feel for the Utah Theater itself. All we're talking about here is potentially 4 small businesses that won't be able to stay there no matter what happens in this situation. And they will be replaced with the street feel of the new commercial and the new improvements, as we've talked about, that parallel the other buildings that are already on the street.
All right. One of the conditions in the master is to look at the master plan, and the master plan contemplates repurposing the theater. How do you respond to that particular objection that the public raised?
Well, actually, it doesn't actually contemplate that. It contemplates that as a possibility, and the staff report on page, I'm trying to grab which page it is, and the staff report specifically addresses that. And I think the staff report does a very good job of it. It says, you're considering reactivating. Well, you can consider it all you want, but if it doesn't work, Frank, I'm sorry, it was just handed to me. It's on page 9 of the staff report, consideration number 2. It talks specifically about that, repurpose the Utah Theater as a cultural facility. And do you have page 9? It's, that's 10, thank you, I got 9. It specifically discusses it, and it says the RDA's review, well, anyway, the inclusion of historic elements in the project can be seen as partially meeting the repurpose. But the nice part about a general plan is it's an advisory document. It's not a mandatory document. It's a guide, and it's an only guide to what is possible. And what's possible here simply does not include restoring the Utah Theater under any economic theory. That theater has sat essentially open since 1988 was the last film I believe that was shown there, or 88 or 89. There was apparently a small performance there in 92, which means nearly 30 years. Some of the best minds in the state have tried to figure out a way to refurbish this theater and save it, and no one has succeeded in 30 years. There's sort of a rule of life that when you're hitting your head against a wall and it hurts, stop hitting your head against the wall. Which leads me, I do want to make one point in regards to that. There were a number of slanderous and defamatory allegations on the Utah Save the Pantages website. You've heard 3 or 4 of them tonight: corruption, dirty money, etc. I need to vehemently rebut that on behalf of Hines. I need to rebut it on behalf of the city's excellent staff, the city's RDA. I think it is insulting to the professionalism of the city's staff, the RDA, the city council sitting as the RDA, and a developer with the international reputation of Hines for clean, quality projects. To accuse these people of criminality is simply beyond the pale and should not be tolerated. And I need to say that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baird. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the applicant had asked to speak as well to respond to the public comments. And generally we would allow the applicant to do so.
No, we just heard from them. Sorry. That was the
Madam
applicant.
Chair, you just asked the applicant questions and they responded. They are entitled to an opportunity to respond.
Actually, they're not entitled to,
They
as a
are.
matter of fact.
They are.
That's all right.
Madam Chair, we're good. I defer to Bruce. We're fine.
We're good, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Thank you very much, Michaela and Paul.
Okay. Planning Commission, what say you?
Just to start this off, I think I'm excited about what they have going in there. Right, literally outside my window, I see this property. I live half a block away. I walk by it every day. I know everybody's excited. Someone's been telling them they can restore this Pantages. That has been empty and it is an eyesore and it is dangerous and I want it. I'm so excited to have another big building in our downtown. It is the vibrancy, the excitement that we're seeing with more people on the streets, more people walking, more bars opening up, more restaurants. I'm just so excited. So as a neighbor, I'm saying, hallelujah. I'm so glad the RDA is finally moving on this and that we have a great design. That's my opinion.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I appreciate everyone's comments and I have empathy for wanting to save something, but when it's so far gone and has had so many people thinking about it, at some point we do have to move forward. And just to clarify, if we voted no on this, it doesn't change anything. The demolition would still happen. This isn't an issue of the demo. This is an issue about the design and about certain aspects of the building. It has nothing to do with, we have no control over the demo of the building. I just wanted to make that clear for everyone that commented. And again, I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness on this, but that's not in our scope to be able to stop the demolition of the project.
Brenda, can I ask them one question about
Sure,
the
of course.
space
Of course.
and the mid-block walkway? Can you guys walk us through how someone from Main Street will get to this park that's on top of the parking garage and what you're doing to kind of activate this partial mid-block walkway when there's no retail or other draw to bring people down there?
Yeah, happy to do that. So first of all, there is retail along Main Street, and that will be, I think, as David mentioned, on the southern part of the lobby entrance. And then the mid-block walkway connects with Regent Street across Main Street. So if you're standing at the corner of Regent Street, you would be able to see across Main into the open space. And the intention is to put public art at the top of the open space to get a signal for people, the entire public, to be able to walk up the stairs or take the elevator up and walk across a bridge back to the park, the open space. So one of the decisions that we made that was in the design process was to provide an accessible way to get to the park. You could either tuck the elevator back by the parking structure, or you could bring it out to Main Street. And so as you see the pink lit, and this is not going to be pink, by the way, the architect created that to draw attention to it. But the idea is to bring the elevator out to Main Street to make it most accessible for all. They could take an elevator up to the bridge and it will take them, they can then, access the open space. And if you walk up the stairs, you'll walk up seeing a mural along the side with, really fantastic landscaping. It'll be very activated. And, the intention is to make a place for all to go and enjoy.
So do you intend to program that space, or is it a passive space, or have you decided?
No, the intention
Are you
is
holding events and the like that would actually encourage people to wander back there that would be advertised, or how do you see this working?
yes. I'm having some internet connections, it looks like. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So the intention is to activate it. If in the staff report, I know it was a very thorough staff report from David, and it's a lot of paper, but you'll see in there that what we submitted was some precedent photos of ways that we intend to activate the space. You'll see yoga. You'll see outdoor film. You'll see, families playing soccer or sports. You'll see
That's for the park itself, though, right? I think that Adrian was asking about the passageway.
Well, actually, both.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I think both. I mean, the passageway to me seems like it's really just to get to that space. There's not much. I mean, unless you're wandering off Main Street and want to sit in the shade for a little bit, there's not much programming going on there. It seems to me it's a connection to this park that's tucked away that wouldn't be visible otherwise.
Yeah, so I think the requirement for us and what we agreed to is to provide this mid-block walkway. But what we think we've provided is something better than that with the public art and the landscaping. And then we can envision, like you may see at the Harbor Steps in Seattle or other great, there's other outdoor spaces in major cities where you might have an outdoor music performance. There would be, potentially programming on those steps itself that could activate it. But those are things that we're going to think through more deeply as we continue on through the design of this project.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, hopefully that was clear. I would like to maybe just clarify. The intention here is for the public to enjoy it. This is not something specific for our residents. This is something for the public to enjoy.
Okay. Commissioners, anybody else have comments about this project? I have to tell you, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the actual facade of the project because the front facade of the project, because I think it's very cold compared to the kind of, especially compared to the 19th century fabric that we are contemplating, that part of the Kearns building, for example, or part of even the rhythm of the street front that's there now, or the rhythm of the things across the street from it on Main Street. It is kind of, I don't know what the best thing to say is, but it's really not a kind of Bruce was talking about 222 and others like it, and that's true, but 222 is also very cold. And so when I think about a lively pedestrian atmosphere, I don't think of something that's so kind of so slick, so to speak. So that's my sense of this. Any others, commissioners?
I actually want to ask a follow-up question to Dusty. What I know you're putting some, and this relates to what you're saying, Brenda. 222 is very stark until they put in the daily,
yes,
and then it becomes this hub. So it matters not just how pedestrians can walk by, but how they're actually interacting with the building. So tell me a little bit more about, I couldn't tell specifically, are we losing the Beer Hive? Are we losing Murphy's? And if we are, what are your plans for some of those interactions on street level? I know you don't have contracts. I know it's all, you're thinking about it at this point, but I'd like to know what some of that feels like.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And you mentioned the Beer Hive. That's one of our tenants at the Kearns building. And so we will take some credit for that. We obviously don't operate the bar, and Dell has done a very good job. We're very proud of that, though. And we would envision, activated streets like what we've done our best to create at the Kearns building. We're currently working on marketing the vacant space at Kearns for additional restaurants, and doing our best to do that. Through the pandemic, that was pretty hard given, the bar and the restaurant issues. But we've got, I think, the best brokers in town working with us to try to find new restaurants for the Kearns building. And it's the same idea. We want the ground plane of this building to be as activated as possible. We're bringing these residential units not only to help a housing problem, but to activate Main Street. We want people there. We're going to create something that people want to utilize. And that is absolutely the intent. And we've talked about some of the other buildings in town and compared to those, but I actually think what we've designed is going to be much better because you have the ability to turn the corner. You can go from the restaurant, turn the corner, past the lobby, which will be lit and activated, and up this this walkway back to an open space. I mean, what other building can say that? And part of the reason we talked about and have proposed a park is because we looked at data about park space in Salt Lake City compared to other major cities. And the data shows that Salt Lake City actually has about 47% less park space than the average major city. And so we wanted to provide something that people could utilize that other people in other cities enjoy.
I don't actually think that Dusty, well, for me, didn't answer her question about the beer hive part. Were you planning on taking that down or keeping that up?
No, as long as the beer hive is doing well and they want to be there, we want them there.
We're going there right after this.
What about, sorry, specifically Murphy's? Do we lose Murphy's?
Murphy's would be lost through
Okay.
this.
But your answer was you're putting in more spots for bars and restaurants, and so maybe it's replaced. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yes.
I want you to know that I have a pencil drawing of that building with the beer hive building that is 60 years old, hanging in my living room right now.
Wow.
That I pilfered from my mother. So that building is obviously like a little dear to me. So I wanted to know that. I have a question. So one of the comments was about incorporating the design into your new building, and not the feature, not like the skylight or things like that. I personally think what's there now in the facade is pretty horrible compared to what it was originally. So if we look at some of the historic photos, they had that really nice arched entranceway into the theater. I think the only thing from the facade that still exists are the window placements from what's been done to it now. But have you thought about drawing back on the original facade of the Pantages Theater to maybe pull in some of those architectural elements that actually speak to a theater, being a theater, that you can find in the historic photos that could be incorporated at the street level for the pedestrian into your design, kind of harken back to, wanting to give some credit to what was there. What's there now architecturally is not anything great, but certainly historically it had some beautiful elements that could be a really good addition to your project, I think. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, we have thought a lot about it. And I think the debate ended with the idea that trying to recreate something that is not authentic is not ultimately a winning idea. So we didn't want to try and miss and have a Disneyland-like effect on Main Street. We thought that was ultimately going to be a bad idea. Having said that,
I just wanted to say, I think there's a disconnect between what I hear from like architectural communities that feels phony and fake, and then the rest of us who see it as something that's really interesting and draws us in. So I always feel like there's just two different worlds happening of you guys and how you talk, and then how the rest of the public views it, we're never meeting, because it's not phony or inauthentic to me. To me, it is honoring some of the architectural richness that we had, and it's not about you trying to be phony about it, but to try to honor that heritage. So I just, whenever I hear that now, I think we're just talking in two different languages almost.
Yeah, I can respect that, and I've felt that way in meetings with architects too. And so I apologize if I made you feel that way with my answer. That certainly was not my intention. I would say the
I'm not offended. Please don't apologize. I just wanted to throw that out there. You're fine.
All right.
Well, I like
Thank you.
I like what you said, and I think at the Kearns building, just to point out, we did reopen the original openings to that building around the back, around the west side, and along the north walkway. So I think we actually agree with what you're saying. If it can be done within the envelope of what's there now, trying to recreate it, we're concerned that it would be less than authentic and then may miss.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions or comments in particular, or is there a motion potential here?
I'm willing to make a motion if everyone's done with their comments.
I don't hear anybody speaking.
Okay, based on the findings and analysis in the staff report, testimony, and discussion at the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission vote to approve the design review application for additional building height for the 150 South Main Street apartments located at approximately 136, 144, and 156 South Main Street, file PLN PCM 2021-00024 with the conditions, the following conditions delegated to staff, or I'm going to say it this way, with the conditions listed delegated to staff for verification during the building permit review. Numbers 1 through 4.
Thank you. I have a motion from Sarah. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Sarah and a second from John. So we'll go down the list. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
So I think, with the given height increase, I think we could have done more at the ground level to engage the pedestrian and kind of draw on the history. So I'm going to vote no for that reason.
Thank you. John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Well, I'm completely sympathetic to the preservation arguments that were raised. I also know what's in our purview. So I will vote yes.
Andres?
I will vote yes, but I do want to address as well the public comments. I think they do raise some really good points, and hopefully with with this meeting coming to an end, we'll be able to kind of look towards the next step. I'm a very big fan of things that are antique and things that have a value due to time. But again, this is our limits in what we do. So yes.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'm voting yes, but I'd also like to say I am also sympathetic. I know it's super hard to watch a building that feels like it's old and historic and beautiful go down, but we're balancing, no, we're not. Other people are having to make the decisions to balance, is it worth keeping? Is there any way to restore it? And I've been watching this building for over a decade now, and I just don't know how it ever happens. So I'd rather see something really beautiful and really used. So I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Sarah. Karen?
Agree, yes.
Thank you. So the motion passes 6-1. And I do also want to thank everyone who commented. It's very important that we do hear. I think it's important that these kinds of public comments continue. We all wish we could save some of this heritage that we have, but that is not also the thing that we are voting on here tonight. So thank you all very much for coming. And I believe unless we have other business, okay, then we are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.